Can you confirm that we are now being recorded?
We are recording.
Thank you. All right. I would like to call this meeting to order at 10:26 a.m. My apologies to everybody for the delay. We were hopeful that we'd get the live feed working, but apparently that has not worked, and so we don't have a live audience. We do, however, have 13 participants, as you can see on your screen, and we also have this time 13 attendees. And welcome to all those attendees, and thank you so much for your patience. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are on the lands traditionally occupied by Indigenous peoples. They continue to care for this land. They continue to shape the township of Georgian Bay, and we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today in guiding our decisions and actions. Megwitch. I would like to ask my fellow councillors if anyone has any declarations of pecuniary interest in regards to the matters that are on the agenda for today. Councillor Bocek, please.
Unfortunately, on the item for Morneau, I'm forced to declare a possible indirect pecuniary interest.
That'd be item 7B, the zoning bylaw amendment for Morrow.
Yes, unfortunately, not being in the councillor's chambers, I have no ability to look at January's entry to find out if when it was originally slated for the agenda, if I declared or not. But since that time, there's been a reason where I have to declare.
All right, I noticed that our clerk was busy writing away, so I'm sure she has recorded that for you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Any
other declarations of pecuniary interest? And I'll remind all council that if during our meeting you realize that you actually should have declared, please do not hesitate to declare at that time if something comes up that you believe that there is a conflict. And with that, I have it moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Planning Council adopts the agenda September 14th, 2020 as circulated. All those in favor? I'm seeing all hands up. That is carried. Our agenda today begins, we have quite a lengthy agenda today. We have 3 meetings held under the authority of the Municipal Act in those regards to shore road allowances. That is followed by 5 items under the public meeting under the Planning Act. Then we have 3 items under the planning applications that are not subject to a public meeting, and a staff report not subject to public meeting, and a closed session. So this will be a lengthy day. And like I do most times, I'm going to do it now. I'm going to encourage all of those who speak, councillors, staff, and guests, to keep their comments to the point and as brief as possible so we can be as efficient as we can going through this whole exercise. With that, this morning there are 3 public meetings scheduled for shore road and road closing applications. I'll briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed shore road closings being considered. Next, staff will advise the purpose and effect of the bylaw and provide for any other information that is relevant to the application, and staff will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to speak and provide comments to the bylaw being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address, and it says here signing on the sheet provided, but in this case electronically provide that information to the clerk. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to the Municipal Act SO 2001 C25 as amended to deal with the following proposed shore road closing bylaws: SRC-18/25 and SRC-20/04, Lodgewood Inc. and Meredith, SRC-20/02 Adelson, and SRC-19/15 Eldred. To the clerk.
Notice of the public meeting was published in a newspaper, and notice was sent to the abutting neighbors in the close proximity of the property at least 20 days prior to today's meeting.
Thank you. And with that, to our acting deputy clerk, please.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our first application is SRC 18-25 and SRC 20-04, Lodgewood and Meredith. The shore road allowance and road allowance has been requested by two neighboring properties to own the allowances. If the clerk can bring up the presentation, that would be great. Or I can start. So you'll notice when we do see the application that Part 1 and 3 is for Lodgewood. Part 1 is the road allowance, which is $6 per square meters, and Part 3 is the shore road allowance, which is $8 per square meters. Meredith, they are Part 2, and the road allowance is $6 per square meters, and Part 4, and that's going to be $8 per square meters. Okay, I'll keep going. The SRA application for Lodgewood was received on November 27, 2018, and the SRA application for Meredith was received on June 1st, 2020. The neighbors are coming to council together to stop up, close, and convey the original shore road allowance and road allowance abutting their lots on 35R 26290. The property is zoned Shore Road Residential Type 1. At the time of this report, there were no building permits for this property, but I understand Mr. Townsend from Lodgewood has applied for some building permits. He is on the call if council wanted to ask him about that. So we're just waiting for the presentation to come up. Great. If you can just go back just to the fourth one is fine. Up another one. And then up just one more. Great. So that's the location map of the property. You can see north-south road. You can see the Highway 400. And in the next slide, there's a closer look at the Lodgewood property and the Meredith property. And next slide. There's the aerial view of the Lodgewood property and the Meredith property. And next slide. So this is the 35R. So Lodgewood would get Part 1 and Part 3, and Meredith would get Part 2 and Part 4. And that was the last slide on that. I didn't receive any public input on this application. I understand Trevor Townsend is on the line. And if you'd like to ask myself or Trevor any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Okay, thank you very much. Council, are there any questions that any of you may have in regard to this application? Councilor Hazelton.
Just a quick question. It looks like the two neighbors are splitting the road allowance, the township road allowance. Is that how this is being carved up?
Correct. Each applicant gets 10 meters.
Okay, thank you.
Straight down.
Seeing no other hands being raised, I will read what I have in front of me. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2020-062, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey part of the road allowance between lots 30 and 31, concession 12, Baxter, and part of the original shore road allowance in front of the road allowance between lots 30 and 31, and in front of lot 30, concession 12, Baxter, being parts 1, 2, 3, and 4, 45R-26290, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, municipally known as 1200 and 1208 North-South Road, for the total purchase price of $31,434 plus HST. Seeing no hands up, I'll say all those in favor. All right, and that is carried unanimously. Thank you. Okay. Next to our acting deputy clerk in regards to 2020-16, Adelson.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our next application is SRC 20-02 Adelson. The short allowance has been requested to be purchased to rebuild an existing dock. The SRA is part one. Part 1 is 877 square meters at a rate of $8 per square meters for a purchase price of $7,016 plus HST. The property is zoned shoreline residential, and there is one open building permit on this property. And next. I just want to make sure that's the right one, sorry. Yeah, okay. Just a little bit more information here. The SRA application was received on February 28th, 2020 to stop up and close and convey the original shoreline allowance in front of Lot 2, Concession 8, designated Part 1, 35R 26271. So as you can see, this is the location map. You can see Highway 400 and Stewart Lake Road. And then the next one will get you a closer look. That is the subject property and the shore in front that he would like to purchase. And the next property will show the aerial image of the property. And the next one will show the site plan. So that has the cottage, the tile bed, there's parking, the dock. And the next one will show the 35R plan that's been registered. I understand Mr. Adelson is on the call, and I understand that Bob and Susan, his neighbors to the north, are on the call. I believe they had a question for Mr. Adelson.
Sorry, just to clarify, just Mr. Adelson is on the call.
Oh, Bob and Susan aren't there? Or sorry, Brian and Susan? Okay. So their only concern was the size and the shape of the dock, and I informed them that Mr. Adelson would have to adhere to all building code bylaws in order to redo the dock. And Mr. Adelson is on the call if any councillors would like to ask him or myself any questions.
Thank you very much. Council. Okay, Councillor Bocheck, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
My question could possibly be answered by our planning department instead of Mark, but if not, Mark, you're welcome to chime up. The open building permit that is currently on the property, and it could be the lack of my understanding of the document, that open building permit, does that pertain to a portion of the land that is willing or wanting to be purchased? Otherwise, the open building permit is on a structure on the show road allowance currently. So Victoria, if you're there and you can answer that, if not, I'm sure Mark could.
Hi, Council. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Bochek. I'm actually not familiar with this application in the sense of the exact site plan, but it's my understanding that I believe a portion of the deck is on the shore allowance, but the owner would likely be able to provide you further clarification, or if the clerk could put the schedule back up of the survey, that I could clarify that for you. But it's my understanding that they're just wanting to purchase the shore road to have that in their ownership in case that they need to build any other structures or what have you. But either one of the clerk or deputy clerk can provide further clarification, just because I was not involved. Thanks.
If Mark is on the call, he can clarify what the building permit is for.
Is this the building permit I just applied for about 2 weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to eventually enclose the basement. Right now we're on pillars. I'd like to enclose it so we could winterize the cottage, and that's all we have planned.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just so by looking over the documents, the closing in of the basement or the open permit is not on the land that will be conveyed.
I don't believe so. I'm just going from pillar to pillar and enclosing it.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mr. Jarvis.
Yeah, this discussion is strictly with regards to the shore road allowance. Am I clear on that? So that the dock application itself is not part, should not be part of this discussion. Am I correct on that?
That would certainly be my understanding, that, you know, the question in front of council is whether or not we're willing to sell the shore road allowance to the applicant. And I would think that whether there's any building permits outstanding or not would normally not affect our decision.
Yeah, that's, and so for clarification here, the fact that there might be or is going to be a rebuilt dock or dock on there, I presume that might come up if necessary at a future meeting in front of us. But right now we're just dealing strictly with the shore road allowance.
That's the application in front of us, yes.
Thank you.
That is correct.
I mean, our dock is okay right now, but it seems like in the next few years it might need a change. So I'm kind of getting ahead of this.
Okay, I appreciate it.
And I appreciate your question, Councillor Jarvis. All right, I'm seeing no other hands. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council adopts bylaw 2020-063, being a bylaw to stop up, close, and convey the original shore road allowance in front of Lot 2, Concession 8, Freeman, being Part 1 of 35R-26271, now in the Township of Georgian Bay, municipally known as 370 Stewart Lake Road, for the purchase price of $7,016 plus HST. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for answering our questions.
Anytime.
Okay, our final shore road allowance application is regards to Eldred, and I'll say that's 2020-17. And once again, to our deputy, sorry, our current deputy, temporary, or I've already forgotten the word. Miss Kelly, how's that?
Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Our next application is SRC 19-15 Eldred. The shore road allowance has been requested to be purchased to be rebuilding the existing dock. The shore road allowance for Part 1 is 2,377 square meters at a rate of $8 per square meters for a purchase price of $19,016 plus HST. The SRA application received on November 28, 2019 to stop up, close, and convey the original shore road allowance in front of Lot 2, Concession 8, designated as Part 1, 35R-26196. And if we can get the map up. Perfect. Okay. So there's the location map. It is referred to as Deer Island, and you can see the Deer Island channel. And the subject property is the black spot there. And the next map. Another location map, it's closer. So the Shore Road is in front of the property up at the north side there. And the next map. Again, you can see the aerial view of the property, and the north part of the shore will be purchased. And next. This is the 35R, registered 35R plan. So from the red line to the red line is the shore, and that's the part that the applicant is purchasing. And you'll notice the Y that is in the middle of the property. That was for a hydro easement. It has now been reverted to Crown land, so it is actually owned by the Crown. The applicant is aware that they have property owned by the Crown, and they are going to be in the process of purchasing the property from the Crown, which does not involve the township. We are just concerned with the shore right now. I haven't received any public input on this purchase, and if council has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Jarvis, I could see your hand before I got full screen, so I'm going to give you first dibs.
Yeah, I noticed that there's other shoreline allowance that is not being purchased, as it around to the, I'd say it's to the east or to the right on that map as you're looking around the corner that I believe is part of that property. Is that to be purchased? Has it already been purchased, or is it in front of somebody else's property? That's my question.
So we were just, I believe lot 9 is owned by another person. Lot 8 is where the property ends, and it goes perpendicular to the shore and to the water. So that is why it is cut off at that point.
Can you pull the maps up again then? Because it looked to me like there was other that they owned to the shore on that eastern shore. Back a map. Yeah, you see the, oh, gotcha. Okay, no problem. Clarified. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mayor Coates here. I just have a question, and perhaps the councillors from the last term, being Councillor Cooper and Councillor Wienko, we were chastised heavily by the MNRF about selling shore road allowances with Crown land in front of it, adjacent to it and abutting to it. And if we look at this map, we see that the Crown land comes right down and joins to this shore road allowance that is being asked to be purchased. And it said that that land would be conveyed at a later date. The owner would purchase that land from the Crown. But in the past, we've been told that shore road allowances cannot be sold in front of Crown land. And I don't know if you fellas recollect that meeting from last term, but it was very relevant to me.
I think I can comment on that, Brian.
Okay.
I think this is a slightly apples and oranges situation, because what happened previously and why we were chastised, I guess, was that we were selling, or we had sold shore road allowance right in front of Crown land. So in other words, it was a section of land that was Crown with shore road allowance in front of it. And this isn't quite the same thing. These are easements that are owned by Crown or hydro right-of-ways, I guess, owned by the Crown. So I'm not sure it's the same thing. The problem what we ran into before was that somebody was trying to buy shore road allowance to enhance their frontage to allow them to have other rights that they really shouldn't have had. And what the Crown said is, you can't sell our shore road allowance. That's really what they were saying.
Correct, and that was my concern here, because this land that was being conveyed from the hydro easement to the Crown does abut to this shore road allowance. So I was concerned that perhaps we were selling a shore road allowance that had Crown land directly behind it. But I'm sure that clarity will be made through our clerk, and that we're not selling land that we're not allowed to sell.
To our CAO.
Thank you. I can speak to that because I was the clerk at the time that this matter came up. So Councillor Cooper is correct. The MNRF was very concerned because we sold shore road allowance in front of Crown land to the abutting neighbor. This is completely different.
Thank you. No more questions.
Any other questions? Councillor Jarvis, you've already had one, but we'll give you a second chance.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just following up on all this. How is this completely different? It's Crown land and there's shore road allowance in front of it. I'm sorry, I'm missing something here. If you look at the Y, and it tails off, one end goes right to that part of the claim or part of the request for shore road allowance purchase. Is that not the same thing?
No, the previous matter, it was an entire parcel of Crown land. It was like a campground of Crown land, you could say. This is, it's mainly in front of a private property.
Not all of it is. There's the corner section. I mean, it's small and it may not mean anything to anybody, but I don't see how it isn't the same thing, because again, we're in essence selling shore road allowance that is in front of, I'm looking at just like the very eastern corner of it, southeastern corner, that is in front of and in front of what is now qualified as Crown land. This land that was given back to the Crown. I'm worried about a conflict later on. I mean, can we make sure we got that cleared up?
I have no other comment other than to say this is actually completely different, but I understand what you're saying, but this isn't the same as the previous issue. And if they didn't give us comments, then they're aware that we provide them the opportunity to comment, but if they don't, then it's up to council.
Okay, so what you're telling us is the MNRF are aware of this application?
I'm assuming that the deputy clerk would have sent them the notice.
I did not send them a notice because I was not aware that this was Crown land until last week.
Okay then, never mind.
Well, then under the circumstances, would it be wise for us to defer this until next month and we get a response from the MNRF in regards to the Crown land? I think in abundance of caution, that might be the wise thing to do. I mean, I think it's very interesting that here we had a hydro easement that was given to the Crown. I'm afraid that's the first time I've heard of such a thing myself. And so it's an unusual history. And who knows what interesting stories may come from exploring that history. But I would recommend that we defer this until the MNRF is allowed to comment. I wouldn't be at all surprised that they have no objections, but I think we should have that confirmed. Council, are you in agreement? All right, so with our apologies to the Eldred family, I think the wisest thing here is to defer, and hopefully we can get this confirmed in the next month or so, because I think that it's we'd hate to approve something and have to back up later. And with that, I'm going to end I don't believe we require a vote for that, so I'm going to end the public meeting being held under the Municipal Act. Once I record that it's been deferred. So now I get to make another speech. This morning there is a public meeting scheduled for 5 proposed zoning bylaw amendments. I will briefly summarize the procedure to be utilized for the meeting. First, the clerk will advise council as to when, how, and to whom notice of the public meeting was circulated for the proposed amendments being considered. The clerk will also advise of the appeal procedure. Next, staff will advise of the purpose and effect of the bylaws and provide any other information that is relevant to the applications, and the clerk will summarize any correspondence on file. From there, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments on the amendments being considered. Please be respectful of time and be concise with your comments. All commentators are requested to state their name and address to the clerk's satisfaction. After the public discussion, the public meeting will be closed. Council will then have an opportunity to provide comments for clarification. I now declare this meeting to be a public meeting pursuant to Section 34 of the Planning Act to deal with the following proposed amendments. Z 20-06, Crawford. Z 20-08, McNair. Z 20-12, Cunningham. Z 20-13, Keller. And Z 20-14, Shoops. To the clerk.
Notice of this public meeting was sent by first-class mail to the respective owners and assessed persons within 120 to 800 meters of the properties subject to the proposed applications, and to those persons and agencies likely to have had an interest in the applications. These notices were sent at least 30 days prior to this morning's meeting. Included in each notice was an explanation of the purpose and effect of the proposed applications and a key map showing the location of the properties or description of the lands to be affected by the proposed amendments. Other relevant information may also have been provided. These circulations were all provided in accordance with the provisions of the Planning Act and the Township of Georgian Bay Official Plan. Members of the public are advised at this point that unless they make an oral or written submission to council before council makes a decision on these applications, that any subsequent appeal by the local planning appeals tribunal may be dismissed by the tribunal. Anyone who wishes to be notified of council's decision respecting the proposed zoning bylaw amendments must submit a written request to the planning department.
Thank you very much. So the first file in front of us is Development Service Report 2020-40, I believe, for zoning bylaw amendment application Z 20-06, Crawford. And I believe, Mr. Robinson, this file is yours to present. You're muted, Mr. Robinson, and as much as some may appreciate that, it makes your presentation less effective.
Sorry?
I say we're saying you were muted.
Okay, sorry. Good morning, Your Worship, members of council and members of the public. This is a zoning bylaw amendment to permit 2 sleeping cabins on a property in Honey Harbor. I'm just going to share my screen if that's okay. Get the presentation up. And I'll make it as large as possible here. Can everybody see that okay? All right, perfect. So the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is to allow a sleeping cabin on a property that's currently zoned SRI 1. The purpose of the application and the effect is to allow for 2 sleeping cabins. They're proposed to be set back 1.1 meters from one another. The bylaw requirement is that sleeping cabins be set back 5 meters from one another. And then the third item relates to an increase in the maximum permitted lot coverage. What's permitted in the SRI 1 zone is a 7% lot coverage. There's currently 16.6% lot coverage on the property, and 21.3% would be proposed with the addition of the 2 sleeping cabins. Specifically, bullet point number 1, I'll just go back to it. The bylaw only allows sleeping cabins on properties that are over 0.3 hectares in size, and this property would not qualify for a sleeping cabin based on its size permissions. I'll also mention that the maximum permitted size of a sleeping cabin in the zoning bylaw is 56 square meters. So in terms of the location of the subject property, this map shows the location in Honey Harbor. Delawana is in this area. The subject property is illustrated in black. Here's an aerial photo of the subject property. This is the subject property in this location. The applicant has already installed the 2 sleeping cabins that are subject to this application. They're located in this central area of the property here. There's a deck that's been constructed around them. So there's 1 sleeping cabin here and another sleeping cabin here. They are well treed and buffered from the neighboring properties on either side. It's not my understanding that the reason for the application, the applicant historically used the bottom level of the dwelling or the cottage for accommodation purposes, but due to rising water levels, that has proposed a challenge. and has resulted in him constructing the sleeping cabins to the rear of the existing dwelling. This figure shows the location of the existing dwelling. It shows location of the existing shed, the 2 sleeping cabins. As mentioned, they're 1.1 meters apart, and then the septic system is located behind the sleeping cabins. Here's a picture of the sleeping cabins. They're quite small in size, but there are 2 of them. And here's a photo from the rear looking towards the lake. Again, they're quite small in size, but there are 2 of them. So that completes the staff's presentation with respect to the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Again, there's 3 modifications to the bylaw that's necessary. What you've got in front of you today, again, is a public meeting. There isn't a recommendation report included at this point in time. There is, however, a draft bylaw that was provided as part of the application, as part of the council package. So I'll turn it back over to the clerk and the mayor. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robinson. While we wait for the full screen to come up, I actually have a couple of questions, and I'm going to lead off on. Oh, I see Ms. Way, your hand go up, and you're muted. You're mute. I can hear you through the wall, but I can't hear you on the computer.
Working on my Morse code. Sorry, I would just like to advise the correspondence that was received for today's application before you proceed with any comments.
Thank you. Please go ahead. I apologize.
5 letters of support were received from Robin Linda Williams, Peter Feria, Nick Dublick, and Rebecca Smith, Barry Norman, Michael Mayer, and the District of Muskoka has no objections.
Thank you. I'll just lead off with my questions. I'm familiar with this property in the sense that I boat by it on a regular basis, and I can understand that the basement level of the main cottage, the floor would be underwater, and the weather we've had the last couple of weeks, there's no question about that. And so unless people want to be in ankle deep water, I can see they wouldn't want to sleep there. One of my questions is around the calculation. You say that there's existing 16.6% lot coverage, and it's moving up to 21.3%. When I did the math, I came to the conclusion that you're including the decking around these 2 sleeping cabins part of that calculation to reach the 21.3%. Is that correct? And if so, why, when I don't see the decking being that much above ground level?
I would have to double check what was included in coming up with that 16% in terms of the existing number. So I'm sorry, I don't have the answer for you for that right now.
Well, I can just tell you by doing backwards mathematics, I came up with going from 16.6 to 21.3, I came up with roughly 890 square feet. And when I looked at the plan and I added the footprint of these 2 sleeping cabins plus the deck, I came up with 890 square feet. So that's why I came to that conclusion. And I thought it was unusual to include the deck in your calculation, given that it's not more than a meter or more above the ground.
Okay, we can look at that. We went along with the calculation that was done in the initial step when staff first looked at it, but we can double check what those numbers are.
All right, thank you. If I don't, I'm trying to.
I think the key point is that there is a variance required or an amendment required for lot coverage, because these would add to lot coverage, but we can confirm the amount.
I'm trying to see whether any other counselor has their hands raised at this point, and I have to scroll through. Counselor Bochek, please. Followed by Counselor Hazelton, followed by Counselor Jarvis. So I see now a few hands. Followed by Counselor Cooper. I hope I got to write this down or I'm going to forget.
Jamie, my question is to you, and excuse my ignorance when it comes to lot coverage, but the basement that is no longer usable with ankle deep water, that was obviously above the 5'11" mark, which constitute that is being included in the gross floor area. If that is deemed to not be able to be used, hence the construction of these new cabins, would not the gross floor area of that lower level be excluded from the formula if it was included originally in the gross floor area. And second to that, when the water rescinds and goes back, that basement will be able to be used, and now they have a full usable basement as well as 2 bunkies that were constructed without zoning and planning and building approval. So it's a 2-part question. One is the current basement included in the gross floor area? And if it is, can it be removed due to the fact that it can't achieve the 5'11" or can't be used, which in that case would put the lot coverage back into perspective. So can you enlighten me a little bit on that if I haven't confused it too much?
So certainly, through your worship, on the point of gross floor area, there's no issue with respect to gross floor area here. So the amendments don't have any relevance specifically to gross floor area maximums that we find in the bylaw.
Okay.
As far as the usable space, certainly they could conceivably, if the water goes down, use the space in the basement or on the main level again at some future point in time. Those factors have not come into play in considering any analysis. There quite frankly hasn't been analysis completed by staff. This is the public meeting portion of it. So, and I don't anticipate going forward that will come into our analysis in terms of the appropriateness of these cabins versus the space that's in the basement.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. I believe I had Councillor Hazelton, followed by Jarvis, followed by Cooper.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. My understanding is this property transitioned to a new owner several years ago. Can you tell us the date of the new owners taking over this property? And can you also tell us if those cabins existed prior to the owner taking over this new property?
Your worship, I don't have any information in front of me in terms of when this owner purchased the property. In our staff recommendation report, we can take a look at the application form and identify when this new owner or if there was a change in ownership, and look at the date when these cabins were installed to see how that corresponds. But I don't have any details about that at this point in time.
So if I could just continue on that thread, is Judy Crawford the owner of the property? And I think she's here with us. Can we ask her?
Is Ms. Crawford with us?
She is on the line. She should be able to speak now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Crawford.
Perhaps Mr. Dupuis could speak on her behalf.
Yeah, I can actually help out a little. Couple items. This would need to be confirmed by the homeowner, but to answer a previous question, I believe that basement has since been filled in and would no longer be usable in terms of living space. Pardon me. I had a conversation with one of the owners several weeks ago, and he had mentioned that they brought in quite a volume of stone, and I think they poured another concrete pad to raise the floor level in there. So that's one. Number two, according to the application.
Sorry, can I interrupt for 1 second? I'm just saying, we just got a note in our chat, and for those who didn't see it, that Ms. Crawford has confirmed that information about the filling in the basement.
Okay.
My question relates more to, were those cabins in existence when the Crawfords bought the property?
According to the application submitted, which came from information provided by them, the property was purchased in, excuse me, December of 2015. I believe the cabins came in sometime after that. I don't know what date, but I do believe they came in after the fact.
Ms. Crawford has confirmed that they moved in May 2016 and the cabins were built afterwards. Thank you, Ms. Crawford, for your notes. Councillor Cooper, any other questions? Sorry, I apologize. Councillor Hazelton, I'm scrolling around too much here.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about the lot coverage, setting precedents and so on. But I do recognize that this has been in existence for several years. I too drive by it on a regular basis, so I'm very familiar with it. Felt exceedingly sorry for them when they recognized that this lovely cottage they bought now was the basement was underwater. So a lot of sympathy there. I guess what we were really trying to do here, and it wasn't immediately evident in the planning report, perhaps it should have been, but what we are, I think, trying to do here is make legal something that was built illegally without building permits and planning approval. If that is correct, then I think it would have been appropriate for the planning department to tell us that up front. Certainly, when somebody's got something in place and they've had it there for over 4 years, you feel really bad about trying to take a hard line on it. You want to try to accommodate it as much as possible, but I think that's a bit of a glaring error in the report that I think is very relevant. Anyways, I'll let my other councillors talk.
Councillor Hazelton, I'll just point out, when I read the report, I do know from past experience that we're supposed to treat these applications as if nothing existed, but at one point in the report, they did confirm that these sleeping cabins already did exist. And I did see a note from Ms. Crawford saying that there had been a building in this spot before, because there was actually they found a foundation when they were building these cabins. So it was to some degree replacing a building that was there before, apparently, which I thought was an interesting thing, but I don't know what that was. I believe Councillor Jarvis, you had a question.
Yeah, I was going to ask if we could have another look at that schematic showing the high water mark with relation to the cottage. And my comments only pertain to the fact along the lines of what Councillor Hazelton has said, in that I find it very unfortunate that these owners now are dealing with this situation. I don't understand why, one, it's local builders that were talked to about building the cabins and they allowed them to go in, which doesn't make any sense. They would have known that permits were required. So I'm annoyed with local contractors on this. Two, Jamie, can you point out where the high water mark is on that cottage? Can you, it's very difficult for me to see.
Yeah, certainly. Through your worship to the councillor, the 177.4 contour, this is the label right here, and it shows going down in this fashion, then goes underneath the dock and of this other side along here.
What's that diagonal line going right through the middle of the cottage?
This here?
Yeah.
It's just a survey line. It's got no relevance to the high water mark or anything.
I'm not sure when the cottage was built, but I see it every time I go by, because our marina's one way. I mean, from our cottage to the marina, we have to go by it all the time. And I was very annoyed when I saw it go up, because I figured that it was going to get flooded when it was first built. So I'm extremely annoyed that one, the cottage has been allowed to was allowed to be built in the first place. Two, that it is not even close to being any setback from any water line whatsoever. And I feel badly for the Crawfords, because they bought it prior to the waters going up, but have had to deal with the rising water levels as a result. It's an undersized lot. Their coverage exceeds what the minimum, what the maximum is required, and I find it very, very difficult to accept any of this right now, unfortunately for them. But according to Judy, they use local contractors to build those cabins. Would not the contractors, or should they not have known that permits would be required? And I think that's really, really annoying. No question, just observation, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Councilor Cooper, I move your input. Sorry, yeah, I really am focusing mostly on what transpired with the main dwelling and that builders actually finished off a basement during the low water years and now flooded. So it's an indication to us that we've got to do a lot of work on the issue of high and low water and building in that environment. This is a very, I drive by this as well, and I just can't believe that a local contractor would have developed this property in this way. I also find it quite annoying.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm afraid one of my comments is, you know, when the water went down in 2013, there was a lot of assumption on certain people, like a certain portion of the population were convinced the water would never come back. And just a few years later, we know what we have. So I'm also very sympathetic to the Crawford situation. Again, I'm scrolling through to see if any other councillor are raising their hands, and they seem not. So at this point,
Sorry, Your Worship, Councillor Hazelton has raised his hand.
oh, I thought he'd already spoken, but we'll give him a second chance.
Thank you. I think what might be appropriate in this circumstance is the owner is seeking to get approval for what exists. And I would recommend that, given that we are not looking to pass any resolutions at this point in time, but I would recommend that staff take note of the fact that we have 2 instances of something being built without approval. And we also have a very significant new dock in front of the property that did not exist when they bought the property. And I think that it would behoove us as a township to ensure that the process we're going through legitimizes everything that this property owner has, and ensure that permits have been issued for everything that is there, so that when it comes back for review by council, that we have a complete picture and not an incremental picture. Thank you.
I noticed from a note from Ms. Crawford, and I really appreciate her input, and I'm glad that we as a councillor are sympathetic to her situation. She's suggesting that there was not a new dock built since they took ownership of the property. So we can confirm the timing of the dock build, that when they acquired the property, that the dock was already there.
That may be, Mayor Coates here, that may be, but we have seen in the past where people have bought properties where things have been built illegally, and we actually have one that we've considered in the last year where we have been considering instructing the owner, the new owner, who didn't know that things were built illegally, instructing that new owner to remove things that were built illegally. So my suggestion here is that we, as the township, have a complete view of what has been built legally and what has not. And if I were the Crawfords, I would want to make sure that this next step that they are taking gives them a complete certified bill of health that is clean for everything, including the docks, because I would suspect that if these cabins have been built without permits, that the dock that is currently there is a risk of not having been built properly with a permit. So I'll just leave that out there, as I think we should be doing our homework, and that the Crawfords should be seeking our assistance to ensure that that they are fully legal, etc.
I think too, and I'm going to add to your comments, Councillor Hazelton, saying that in the report that will come in front of us, hopefully in the near future, that if the township could not only include the history of all the building went on, but also the contractors involved. I think that's important as well, because in fairness to the applicant, she relied on the contractors to do what was necessary in our township, and and I think it's just fairness that we take that into account in our decision that we will be making the next month or two. So I'll put that to staff to please give us a fulsome report on the history of this property, because I think that's important for council when they make their decision. All right. And I also think it's important to note, by the way, that the clerk pointed out that there were 5 letters of support from the neighbors. So clearly the existence of those cabins in itself have not caused any ire from the neighbors, and I think that's a positive. But we're not going to make that decision this month. We'll make that decision when the report comes in front of us following the input we've received today and the questions we put to staff.
Mayor Coots here,
possible for you
Councillor
to take
Bocek
that
has been
off the
asking to
screen?
speak.
Oh, well, I hadn't seen his hand. I apologize, Councillor Bocek.
Yeah, I was just asking Jamie if he could remove that from the screen, because I think the mayor can't see me with my hand up here. If we were back to full screen, perhaps we'd have a better chance. So my comment is there's been a lot of accusations made by different councillors about the process, when things were done, when things weren't done. We're talking about docks, we're talking about all kinds of things that really aren't relevant to this, and if we're dealing with what's basically in the report, I think the report is incomplete, and I think it needs to go back, and perhaps in a future meeting we'll have all of the information that we need to move this application forward. Very unfortunate for the residents to be put through this. I know this process is taking place, so things can be rightened and things can be done properly. So I would suggest that before we go on public notice of stating all the things that we think are wrong, perhaps we should have the professional opinion of our planning department and bring a full, wholesome report to an upcoming meeting, so that I'm not listening to a bunch of personal perspectives of what's happened on this property. I'd really like to hear from the township staff.
I believe that request is now part of this whole procedure. Ms. Lemieux, you wish to comment on this?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to point out, and I know that another staff report will be coming forward, but I was part of the pre-consultation process that we went through thoroughly with the applicants, which included our chief building official. And I'm confident in making the comment to council here today that the chief building official has been to the property many times. We thoroughly investigated the order to comply regarding the sleeping cabins. And it's my understanding that no other issue on the property was raised to the chief building official, who is of course very diligent when looking at these types of issues, that the dock was included in that. So I just wanted to make sure council was aware that the chief building official has been on site many times. We met with the owners multiple times, and the only issue that arose from our conversations was the sleeping cabins, and that's why this application is in front of council today. So I just wanted to point that out as someone who was involved previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wienko.
I'm interested to hear that 5 of the local community members support this application, so there shouldn't be a problem going forward. However, I do assume that since the building inspector's been out there and so on, I assume the appropriate fines have been levied as to building without a permit back in 2017.
If I can just respond to that, Your Worship. Should the application be approved, the applicant will be required to obtain building permits for the structures that have been erected without a permit, and the permit fees are double for these structures that have been developed without a permit. So that's one of the areas that that the owner gets hit with based on building without a permit. And just to be clear to Councillor Bocek's comments of an incomplete report, this is not a recommendation report. This is an information report for a public meeting that describes the application and what's being brought forward. There will be a recommendation report prepared for a subsequent meeting. So this is the standard report that you can expect to see for public meetings, that you have been receiving for public meetings, that outlines the application that's been proposed. And then if the process is that a recommendation report comes to a subsequent meeting. So So
Yeah,
I just think that,
or-
Just to follow up on that, Mr. Mayor, I didn't hear you ask that the public had any comments on this application.
I believe you are correct. We've had comments from 2 members of the public. Clerk Way, are you aware of any other member of the public that wanted to make any comment?
There's no other member of the public on the call who advised that they wanted to make a comment on this application.
Okay, thank you. I saw Councilor Douglas's hand, and so I'll let you speak, Councilor Douglas, and I wanted to add an extra comment myself.
I just also wanted to point out to people that, you know, if it gets to a point where building permits are issued, the other thing that will be taken care of at that point is when they do their inspections, that those buildings will need to meet the OBC. So it's just another part of that process. Not only will they get hit with the fine, but they will have to comply with the OBC. And if not, there will be some modifications that will have to be done to those buildings. So I think if it gets to that point, we should be well covered, and it's very unfortunate for the new owners that they were unaware that there was no applications on it.
And I want to add that even though we may question some of the history on this property, we need to be fair to the applicant who, by going through this application, having township officials on site, I think we must give them the benefit of the doubt that they want to do what's the right thing given the cards that they have in front of them at this moment. So I think we all have to need to be fair that the applicant is trying to correct things to the township satisfaction, and this public meeting report and the subsequent recommendation that we may get from staff are all to address that. And I'm sure we will see what staff have to say in the near future. With that, I'm going to suggest that we take a 10-minute bio break before we go on to our next item. It's now almost 11:30, so let's be back. Mr. Robinson, you're not going to let me go to the washroom?
Well, was the public asked for an opportunity to speak? I just want to make sure we did that. If they were, then, and I missed it, I apologize.
Well, we had the one member speak, and Ms. Crawford provided some input through the chat.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Thank you.
We have a recommendation you haven't read yet.
We have actually, yeah, resolution. Thank you, Councilor Wienko. Moved by Councilor Jarvis, seconded by Councilor Wienko. Be it resolved that Council receive report 2020-40 and that Council directs staff to consider the comments received and prepare a recommendation report and bylaw that will be brought back to a subsequent Council meeting for consideration. All those in favor? I'm seeing enough. Okay, it eventually became unanimous. That is passed. We're now taking a 10-minute bio break. We'll see you all by 11:40 at the latest. Thank you.
Now recording.
Thank you. The next file in front of us is Development Services 2020-41 McNair, and I believe that is also for our planner, Mr. Robinson, is it not?
Jamie, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't find out how to unmute when I was sharing my screen. I've got it now. So what we have here is a zoning bylaw amendment for McNair, and this application is to establish a site-specific exception to the fish habitat 1 zone. So the area in front of the subject property is zone fish habitat 1 because of the presence of critical fish habitat. The shoreline portion of the site is zone tourist commercial type 2, exception 5. That will remain unchanged. The property is within the Wildwood Trailer Park, and I'll show you a figure in a moment to identify the location. What this proposed application would allow or would permit is a dock that's 4 feet in width by 40 feet long. It would allow for the parking of boats adjacent to the property. a fish habitat impact assessment was completed by the applicant's consultant and submitted in support of the application. And the park itself does submit the application as well. This is the location of the subject lands. It's located again off of Little Lake and in the Wildwood Trailer Park. So it's right in this corner in this location here. Here's another image. So the subject lands again is right here. So we've got these narrow waterways that flow through the park. This sketch shows the identification of the existing property or existing site. So the laneway, driveway area, the unit is here, and the existing dock is in this location. This identifies the location of the proposed addition of the proposed new dock. And then this is sort of the picture tells 1,000 words here. So the existing dock you can see underground in the photo or underlaid in the photo in this location. And then the proposed dock is to be extended to the edges of the black line here. And again, a fish habitat study was undertaken, and that fish habitat study does recommend approval. It does recommend some plantings along the shoreline to a depth of 3 meters to improve the vegetation that's along the shoreline. And site plan control would be applied to ensure that vegetation is planted as per the recommendations of the environmental study. Again, this is a public meeting. It's a chance for the public to provide their comments on the application. In the staff report, what has been provided is two possible recommendations. So one is that staff prepare a recommendation report. This is not a recommendation report. If there are no comments in opposition, staff could also council could also consider approving the bylaw today that's included with the agenda package. If there's any questions that come about from the public or from council, I can do my best to try to answer those. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. To our clerk, have you received any correspondence on this file?
One letter of support was received from Jeff Stocks on behalf of the Port Severn Campers Association, and the District of Muskoka has no objections.
And I'm going to go also via the clerk. Are you aware of any members of the public who are available for comment or may want to make a comment?
The only individual on the call is Stephen Cartwright, and he's the agent on behalf of the applicant.
Is Mr. Cartwright being allowed to join the meeting?
Yes, he has. He has been moved over, so if he unmutes himself, he should be able to speak and address council. I'm trying to find him. He is unmuted, so you can address him and ask questions as required.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Cartwright, do you want to make any comments before I turn this over to council?
No, Your Honor. I'm everything that has been conveyed very well as far as the project. If there's any questions by council for us on behalf of the project, I'm happy to answer. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much. Councilors, I'm going to scroll through and see if I can find any hands that are up. Councilor Wienko, followed by Councilor Bocek.
The only question, what type of dock is this? Is it a floating dock or on a fixed dock, or what kind of dock is it, and how it would be enhancing the waterfront?
Yeah, I'll address that, Mr. Wienko. The dock itself will be replacing currently a crib dock that is very decayed and falling into the lake. The construction of the dock itself will be on poles or helical piles, if you will, which I will also point out has already been approved by the Parks Canada Association. We have an approval letter from them for the construction. So the enhancement will feature complete water flowing through the underside of the dock, which is a requirement by Parks Canada. It's much less invasive on the shoreline, and we'll be removing the two decrepit docks that are along the shoreline as well right there.
Okay, Councillor Wojcik, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor Coates here. As the councillor for this ward, I've taken upon myself to meet with Mr. McNair and have done a site visit and gathered the comments from the management at the park itself. And I think two critical points to make here is one, that Little Lake is a controlled lake. The water levels are controlled. They don't vary like Georgian Bay. They don't go up and down. In the fall time, the Trent Severn waterway does reduce the height of Little Lake by less than a foot, which would have no impact on this structure. It is an improvement to the shoreline, especially seeing what existed. And this is a win-win situation as far as I'm concerned. The portion of the water is actually a dredged portion that was done back in the very beginning. So this isn't even a natural shoreline. This is sort of a canal that comes in and winds around through the park. So I see no adverse effects to Little Lake or to the shoreline. And I certainly would be in support of this application. I think it's an improvement to that shoreline and to the park. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm they are removing the two old docks, the smaller one as well? That's one question. Maybe to Jamie or?
That's correct.
Oh, okay, thanks, Stephen. Also, Stephen, can you just explain to me what the method of the dock is that's going in again? You said helico?
Yeah, so it's a construction method called helical piles, which is basically a permanent pile system. So rather than steel piles driven to refusal, which is traditional method, this is a new version of that, which is a ground screw that is screwed into the ground. The benefit to this system is that at any time, it's actually completely removable.
Okay, thank you. And just supplementary to that, when you say ground screw, that's screwing obviously right into the bedrock below the dock, not on shore or on shore?
Our notes on the project, we're not anticipating hitting any bedrock in that area. All we have to do is get down to a 7-foot depth, which will give us our support. And within that area, we do not anticipate hitting any bedrock. We've already performed a number of projects within the park, very close to this specific site, with no problems related to our helical pile installations.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your information.
Sure.
Councillors, I'm scrolling through to see if there are any other hands. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I see from the Riverstone report that they did not do a site visit, which I find interesting. Just clarification, the work will also involve putting in what type of new shoreline versus what's there now. Can that be addressed?
Yeah, so the existing shoreline right now is basically at water level. Because of the boat traffic that goes back and forth between there, the shoreline has been allowed to erode for obviously the duration of the property. This shoreline is now going to be a protected shoreline, so there will be a granite riprap that is installed along there. Again, we have approval from Parks Canada already and a positive review noting that they accept the indicated shoreline repair and the material involved.
Yeah, I'm not impressed with the Riverstone not having been on site. I'm not particularly impressed with Parks Canada either in their observations, but I guess that's neither here nor there. Riverstone did indicate that there was a fair bit of shoreline debris, yada, yada, yada. I'm not sure. I think they did that from overhead pictures as opposed to site visit. And they talk about shoreline, or the plan talks about stuff being done along the shoreline that would have absolutely no impact on fish, since it's above, it'd be done above the water line, which makes no sense to me with regards to the fish. Fish like lots of debris along shorelines, as my understanding. They also like old cribs. they tend to give them a sense of protection and breeding area. A riprap shoreline, I doubt will provide much in the way of any benefit to any fish. So I'm not sure the fish habitat aspect of this has been particularly well addressed at all. As a matter of fact, I find that there's a lot of shortcomings in that regard. I know there's support for this. I understand that it's an improvement over what's going in there, what's there now. But you're looking at a significant increase in docking size versus what is currently there, which I find a little concerning. Councillor Bocek's comments about water level are, I appreciate that very much. The fact that there are boats going back and forth and the wake has been doing something to the shoreline has been going on, I presume, since all this land was developed in the first place. So that's something that should have been either addressed at the time that these areas were dredged, or should be addressed now with boats being told to slow down. I have problems with this. I'm not sure I can agree to what's being proposed here.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking to see if there's any other councillors with their hands raised. Okay, I see no hands raised. I have in front of me a resolution moved by Councillor Wienko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council receives Development Service Report 2020-41 and directs staff to prepare a recommendation report for a subsequent Planning Council meeting. Or be it resolved that Council receive Development Service Report 2020-41 and approve zoning bylaw amendment application at 20-08 by passing a bylaw 2020-066, being a bylaw to permit the rebuilding expansion of existing dock within Wildwood by the Severn. So before I call for a vote, I'm going to ask Council, is there any appetite amongst you to approve this without additional staff report? I see one no, I see 3 hands up, I think, and I see another one down. Does anyone wish to comment before I call a vote on one or the other? Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Cooper. Councillor Hazelton, you're still muted, so I've missed everything you had to say.
Okay, so I was just going to say, before I muted myself, that looks like the Parks Canada permit is going to expire November 8th. Does that mean that there is a sense of urgency on this? Thanks.
Mr. Cartwright.
Yeah, if I could just add a couple of things. So for one, yeah, the Parks Canada permit, it does need to be addressed. Work does need to commence. The other thing that needs to be decided on, obviously, is we want to work, if this is to be approved, the majority of this work has to be done outside of, obviously, the fish habitat spawning or any of that. So the in-water works timeline, you know, if we were to get approval, we would hope to be able to do something like this, you know, outside of those areas when we're allowed to. What's not shown on here is where they are in the canal exactly, and Jamie could point it out in there, but the majority of the shore walls that have been designed and built all within this park are of a steel or basically barricade nature. So there hasn't been, you know, those were addressed when things were built, or they have been approved throughout the years to be put in place. This was something that was addressed by Riverstone, even from the photos that we'd sent out, as they are more in favor, obviously, of what they deem a soft shoreline versus a hard shoreline. The other alternative to protect the property would be, say, a steel pile retaining wall, which we opted not to go for. And then lastly, just the client's dock, the way that it's proposed. Although, yes, it is longer than what is existing, It should be noted that the clients are not protruding at all into the canal, and that the dock is only kept at what is minimum to walk back and forth, which is 4 feet. And again, it is along their shoreline, so it would not be taking up any more room into the canal, such as a number of the neighbors' docks, which have been installed in there, which could be considered an obstruction.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to comment that I'm uncomfortable voting this through today without a full report. And so that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councillor Wojcik.
Thank you, Mayor Coates here. Just a couple of points here, and Stephen, this may help you a little bit because I know you're a little bit unfamiliar with this area. This area is governed by the Trent Severn Waterway, and they have to meet very strict approval through the Trent Severn Waterway. This is not a natural lake. This whole lake was created from farmland. There's still farmhouses underneath the water here. When the dam was created in Port Severn, they flooded all the farmland to create Little Lake, and this park itself was actually a farm, and those shorelines were just where the water ended up. So there's no natural shoreline there, and it is almost imperative on the inland lake, especially on a lake like Little Lake, to shore up the shoreline in order to stop the erosion, because it's simply topsoil along the shoreline here. There is no rock, there is no way of stopping the erosion, because this was simply farmland that had been flooded. So I think all the right precautions have been made through the engineering company working on this project. And while I'm willing to move forward with this today and vote on this today to allow this project to move ahead, I'm reminded that due to COVID-19, this application came in some time ago and has been sitting in our office for some time, not getting addressed at a public meeting. So hence the date of November when this work has to be done. They were looking at the springtime to do this work outside of the fish spawning. So for a lot of reasons, this has been put back, and I just wanted to make it clear to my fellow members out on the bay that we are dealing with a completely different environment here than Georgian Bay in the sensitivity of the bay. This is a whole different kettle of fish, and I hope you take that into consideration when you're looking at the report and making your decisions. So I just thought I'd add that maybe you didn't take into consideration this application has been in for some time, but we haven't been able to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Councillor Wienko's hand up.
Yeah, my question is to Jamie. In our conversation this morning on this particular application, have you heard anything that needs to be considered in a final report? Personally, I have not heard anything that would change your report, and therefore I would be willing to go ahead and approve this today. But Jamie, did you hear anything that needs to be assessed and come back with a second report?
So through your worship to the councillor, just a couple points on that. What I've heard are some concerns related to the fish habitat impact assessment that was completed and the fact that a site visit wasn't completed as part of that. I don't, so what this application though is really dealing with is the principle of use and the principle of establishing a larger dock within critical fish habitat. What Riverstone Environmental has identified is some mitigation measures that would be site plan aspects that would deal with those concerns. Ms. Lemieux and I have discussed, and we believe an amendment to the existing site plan agreement would be appropriate, and that it would be considered a minor amendment that would be at a staff approval level. So the comments pertaining to the shoreline and the vegetation along the shoreline that's proposed, we believe could be dealt with through the site plan process, and that I would be quite confident in saying that the staff report would end up recommending approval for this proposed development and this proposed dock expansion and new dock for the reasons that have been described by Mr. Cartwright, and for the reasons that it's been approved by Parks Canada as well, but that it would be effectively implemented through those that 3-meter buffer requirement and the amendments to the site plan agreement. So it's really in council's hands whether they want additional information or discussion from staff on those matters. But, I'm telling you right now where I believe the staff opinion will lie and what the recommendation will be about. I believe that the proposal would conform with the township's official plan, subject to those, to that 3-meter buffer being installed, and that I believe it would be consistent with the provincial policy statement as well, and the fish habitat policies contained in that. So I hope that provides a bit of
based on that response and the time frame of November, I think we should try to approve this today.
Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Cooper.
I'd like to thank Councillor Bocek for enlightening me on the situation in that area. It does help a lot with my thinking on this. Notwithstanding, once again, the fact that I can't believe that Riverstone would provide a report having not been to the site. I think that I'd be happy to vote on moving ahead with this at this time. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
Yeah, I would like to thank Councillor Bocek for his insights and leadership on this particular matter. I thought that your additional information was very valuable, and I will defer to you as your leadership on this matter in your area, and I would support it.
Councillor Cooper.
And I also certainly appreciate what has been stated by Councillor Bocek. I do have difficulty, and we're going to have a number of discussions about this today, in terms of attaching any importance to site plan agreements. They're not enforceable. And so if we're going to do anything in terms of insisting on certain things, it needs to be part of the bylaw, not a site plan agreement. So we have a lot of evidence to that fact, and I would suggest that if it comes back, it should come back in that fashion, not associated with site plan agreements. Thank you.
Mr. Cartwright.
Just to add quickly, for as far as the Riverstone environmental, and to speak to Mr. Jarvis's point regarding a non-site visit. In this instance, Riverstone has provided a number of assessments within that area. They hadn't been to this particular site, but because we worked with them on so many applications within the area, they know it very well. And I did provide them with a number of very detailed photos from within their report, just so that they could get a better idea of what the actual site was. But they do have a lot of documentation from within the trailer park itself to support their visit.
Okay. I'm going to now read a resolution moved by Councillor Wayenko, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council receives Development Services Report 2020-41 and approves the zoning bylaw amendment application Z20-08 by passing bylaw 2020-066, being a bylaw to permit the rebuilding and expansion of existing dock within Wildwood by the Severn. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that passes 6-1. Thank you. Next on our list is Development Services Report 2020-42, being a zoning bylaw amendment application Z20-12 3320 12 Mile Bay or Cunningham. Who is reporting on this one? Ms. Lemieux is going. Ms. Lemieux, over to you, please.
Thank you very much. So our next application is Z2012 for Cunningham. The purpose and effect of this application It proposes to change the zoning of the subject lands from the shoreline residential type 1 SR1 zone to a site-specific shoreline residential type 1 exception 67 zone. The effect of this amendment would be to permit 2 sleeping cabins on the property and permit a maximum height of a detached garage with a sleeping cabin above of 5.5 meters. So here we have the location map of the subject lands. It is located along 12 Mile Bay Road, which we are all familiar, is in the northern portion of our township. The lands are currently designated waterfront in the official plan, and again, currently zoned SR1. So here we have just an overview of the aerial of the property here. And here hatched out is the approximate location of where the proposed detached garage with sleeping cabin would be located. The subject property has mature vegetation throughout and a steep slope towards the shoreline, aligned with the common topography with the area along 12 Mile Bay. Adjacent land uses are residential with crown land to the rear. So the subject lands currently do have a one-story dwelling here, a sleeping cabin located along the shoreline, a boathouse and docking areas. So again, to reiterate, the proposed development would permit a detached garage located again back here to the rear of the property and allow a sleeping cabin area above, which would result in 2 sleeping cabins on the property as a whole. So here we have the survey that was submitted as part of the application. So again, you can see in further detail here, here's the existing dwelling that is located closer to the shoreline, the existing sleeping cabin here, an existing boathouse, and then again, this proposed detached garage with sleeping cabin above is located quite a ways to the rear of the property. So I have some photos here from a site visit that I conducted. As you can see here, the tree canopy that exists, and this is facing towards the water, is quite well beyond the height of the proposed garage. And again, I would like to note that the reason why there is this pad here for the garage is that the applicants do have an issued building permit for just a detached garage for the exact location. They are intending through this application to get the approval that they require, which would then result in an amendment to the existing building permit application. So this work has been done through an issued building permit with the township. So here we have a photo of the adjacent lands to the east of the proposed garage, which again, you can see very heavily vegetated. I was unable to see either cottages on either side when I was located at this location, could not see anything through the vegetation. Next photo here is looking towards the water from about halfway down the existing driveway. And again, it just is reiterating the mature vegetation that exists that buffers the proposed detached garage from the water. Here we are looking at those existing structures, the dwelling, and also the sleeping cabin that is located here. And this photo here, again, this is the boathouse that is located on the west side of the property with the docking facilities out from the side here. And again, this just essentially shows the steep slope that does exist and this mature vegetation. You cannot see the proposed garage location whatsoever from the water. So section F336 of the official plan outlines that sleeping cabin policies for lands located within the waterfront designation. These sleeping cabins are permitted to be located above a detached garage, which is requested through this application. Subsection F3366 states that the zoning bylaw shall regulate the number, size, and other regulations for sleeping cabins. The development of more than one sleeping cabin shall address the following matters: the appropriateness and adequacy of sewage and water services, and B, substantial retention of existing vegetation. Another section in the official plan further states that vegetation within the setback should be disturbed as little as possible, provided that a vegetative buffer is maintained between the proposed garage and the lake. The structures will generally be screened from view, as you can see through the pictures that I have shown you today. Again, through site plan control, the vegetation will be identified as well. The proposed zoning amendment is to enable the construction of a detached garage with a sleeping cabin above, with a maximum height of 5.5 meters. The proposed garage is set back substantially from the water's edge, being greater than 60 meters, and it will not result in any substantial vegetation removal or the reduction in shoreline stability. The garage is located well beyond the required distance from all adjacent properties. The proposed development is subject to a septic system review by the building department prior to the issuance of any building permit revision as part of this application. The proposed development conforms with the general intent of the official plan and is consistent with the surrounding character, as the proposed garage is located well away from the water and neighboring properties and will not result in the removal of vegetation. Approval of the proposed zoning bylaw amendment would again permit the detached garage that there is already a permit for to be extended to allow a sleeping cabin above. Overall, the proposed application is consistent with the provincial policy statement, conforms with the policies contained within the District of Muskoka official plan and the Township official plan, and staff do recommend that the application be approved as submitted. The applicant's agent is also on the line if you have any questions for him or myself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, was there any correspondence received with regards to this application?
Oh, sorry, I've lost my place. The District of Muskoka has stated they have no objections, and that's the only piece of correspondence received.
And to you, Madam Clerk, as well, do we have any member of public that has registered to comment on this application?
No, I believe it's just the agent, Robert Jeff, that is on the line.
Mr. Jeff, do you want to make any comments before we start going into council questions?
Thank you very much for the opportunity and good morning. I just really, I don't have a presentation prepared. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. I'm sure some of you are aware of some of the topography along 12 Mile Bay that when you come off of 12 Mile Bay Road, you drive up a fairly significant little hill. And then once you crest that hill, there's quite a significant hill that goes down to, in this case, where we have our structures and the water. The location of this proposed garage is basically at the crest of the hill. We cited it there really for a few reasons. The first is that if we should want to go in the winter to visit, without hiking through great heaps of snow, it's quite hard to get down to the cottage. So that's one. The other thing is that it really is quite an isolated little position. As Ms. Lemieux showed in her photos, you can't see the road. You cannot see any dwellings to the property to the east. In that area, you can see, if you look hard, you can see their neighbor to the west. But there's a fair bit of separation between the dwellings, and I personally, I think it's a really good location for minimizing any disruption that there might be. So those are my comments, and I'm here to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much. Council, I'm going to, again, doing the scroll through unless Ms. Lemieux, oh, thank you, Ms. Lemieux. Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. A couple of questions, and actually another one comes up as a result of what I just heard. If my understanding, this is a sleeping cabin, there will be no bathroom facilities. Is that correct?
So through your worship to Councillor Jarvis, I haven't seen the building plan specifically for the sleeping cabin above. The owner may be able to speak to that, but a sleeping cabin typically, as long as the septic system can allow it, can have a bathroom facility. It's just not a kitchen facility they can have, but the owner can speak to if they do have that in their plans or not.
Yes, thank you. Through you. There are no washroom or cooking facilities proposed in the space above the garage.
That leads to my next question, and builders there. So what is the distance from this proposed cabin to any bathroom facilities, the main house, I presume? I roughly measured a distance of about 50 meters. Is that about right? downhill?
I would say that would be about right.
I'm very concerned. I'm hoping that I presume we get a chance to have a look at the plans. Of obviously, building department will look at them. I can't believe that a sleeping cabin would be proposed in such a location without appropriate plumbing facilities, especially in light of the fact that we've just been advised that it would be used in the wintertime. So I think that it is, I think, one, the owner should consider putting in bathroom facilities, and two, that we make sure we are everything's in line when those plans come to be. Otherwise, yeah, I understand the conditions there and the setbacks all seem to make sense to me. Thanks.
Yeah, if I may, one of the things we were considering is installing a composting toilet.
Yeah, and I think too, and I will just add that Councilor Jarvis, that Ms. Lemieux made reference that the building department will make sure that the septic system and all that is up to code to take this into account. Any other comments? Ms. Lemieux, was that your hand going up or no? No, okay. All right, so we have a resolution to receive this report. I don't know, do we want to entertain actually approving this amendment? Even though I don't think that was written up for me. Council, is there any hesitation for approving this moving ahead? Or do you want to see it in front of us with a more thorough report in the future? Councilor Cooper, followed by Councilor Wanko, Jarvis, Ms. Lemieux. Everybody wants to speak to this question. Okay, Councilor Cooper first.
I don't have any particular issues with this application. I don't like approving something when it's just we're getting an information report. I think it's a two-step process, and I'd like to see it continue to be that way. Thank you.
Ms. Lemieux.
To your worship, I just did want to clarify that my recommendation in the report was also to enact the bylaw, and my recommendation in the report was that staff do support the application as presented based on policies reviewed. So staff are confident in the application if council so chooses to pass the resolution in front of you. Hopefully it did end up in your resolution that way as well.
Did. I apologize. I was misreading what was in front of me. Councilor Wienko, you had your hand up?
No, I was going to correct. Victoria mentioned it. Yeah, the way I read it is that we are approving it.
Yeah,
and I'm in support of it.
I apologize.
I haven't heard any comments that need to be reassessed.
Okay, seeing no hands. Councilor Cooper. Well, Jarvis. Okay, I'll get you after Councilor Cooper.
Yeah, look, my issue is this, that the report says for information only. And I think when you see that statement, it's misleading. And that's why I support the application, but I don't support it today. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, notwithstanding comments by Councilor Cooper here, I am agreeing with the other councilors that have spoken to the effect that there really is no new information that can come forward at a future meeting. We've got everything we need in front of us, and the assurance that the septic will be looked at along with the plans by the planning department. And if anything more needs to come before us, it will. So I'm prepared to to vote on accepting it as is at this time.
Ms. Gumby, will you wish?
Just to verify, I'm not sure what I'm missing. This is the Cunningham report, correct? So this is not an information only report. The recommendation is for council to approve it. Okay, thank you.
Councilor Bochek, your name had put in, sorry, Councilor Cooper, your name had put in as moving this. Would you like somebody else to move this resolution given your concerns?
So I'm just going to have to bring up the report because I thought it said for information purposes. And if that's not correct,
no,
then I stand corrected, but that's my understanding.
Well, both Peters have now been corrected in regards to this file. So I will read the motion in front of me. It's moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved that Council receive Department Services Report 2020-42 and enact bylaw 2020-67, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z20-12, to permit 2 sleeping cabins and a maximum height of a detached garage with a sleeping cabin above of 5.5 meters for 3320 12 Mile Bay. All those in favor? All right, I'm seeing it passed unanimously. And Ms. Lemieux, did you have an additional comment you wanted to make?
Oh, I saw Councillor Douglas's hand, so I just didn't know if she wanted to speak again.
Councillor Douglas, did I miss you? I apologize. You want to add any comment?
No, I just wanted to reiterate what Jessica brought up, but she brought it up, so I didn't need to say that.
All right, thank you. Okay.
So that was not correct.
The next report. The next report.
Peter, I don't think you're muted.
Okay. Next in front of us is the Development Service Report 2020-43 in regards to the Keller application for a dock. And this is, I'm sorry, I'm not sure which planner is reporting on this one yet.
I will be, Your Worship.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, to you, please.
Okay, just sharing my screen here. So the Keller application, Mr. Keller has made a delegation to council previously. You may be familiar with that or not. This application is to propose a dock in an area that's identified as EPPSW. This is an existing developed shoreline residential property, and it's got SRI-1 zoning associated with the shore and the area where the existing cottage is located. The application again is to permit a dock to be constructed. It is a water access only property, and the applicant has submitted an environmental impact assessment that does evaluate the proposed docking facilities on the property. So in terms of the property's location, this figure shows the location of the property just outside of Honey Harbor, or it's within the Honey Harbor coastal waterfront community. The location is identified here. The sketch shows the location of the proposed dock. So the dock would extend from the shoreline. It's a proposed T-shaped dock. So it's pushed out from the shoreline in terms of where any boat docking would be proposed. So there's a ramp located here and a floating dock. This is a picture of the area of the shoreline where the proposed dock is to be located. There's an existing piece of dock located out from the shore that obviously isn't connected anymore based on the higher water levels. What you can see from this picture is there's no emergent vegetation in the area of the proposed dock. It's typically that emergent vegetation that we associate with wetlands and provincially significant wetlands. This is a photo. It's a little bit hard to see based on scale, but this is looking towards the subject lands, the docks in this location here. What it really demonstrates is that it's a fairly rocky shoreline in that area, as was illustrated in the previous figure. So with respect to the report, just a few items that I'd like to bring to council's attention. Again, this is an information report for information purposes on a proposed zoning bylaw amendment. Just a couple of the key highlights on the property. Again, as mentioned, it is a waterfront, it is a water access only property. As you're likely aware, the provincial policy statement does not permit development within a provincially significant wetland. And development is defined in the provincial policy statement as development requiring a Planning Act approval. So in this case, the area is zoned provincially significant wetland, or EPPSW. That zoning does not permit a dock. Therefore, an amendment to the zoning bylaw is required. So the provincial policy statement would not support the proposed application on that basis that it is development. If the township had not zoned this area as a provincially significant wetland, the dock could be constructed in accordance with provincial and federal requirements, which basically mean less than 15 square meters of crib area, and still be consistent with the provincial policy statement. So it's really a function of the township zoning the provincially significant wetland that the limitations are placed on the development of and zoning the provincially significant wetland, and then subsequently not allowing docks within those, that this amendment is required and that the restrictions are in place. Similarly, the proposed application would not conform with the current policies of the district OP and as well as the township official plan for those reasons previously stated. And specifically, again, that's because it is a provincially significant wetland and because the zoning bylaw does not permit docks within a provincially significant wetland. That's a summary of the application. If there's any questions that arise from the public or from council, I'd be happy to do my best to try to answer those. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robinson. Madam Clerk, do we receive any correspondence in regards to this file?
Yes, we've received letters of support from Suzanne and Rob Wright, Matt Keller, Marzena Janiak, Alan Waffle, Aaron Simmons. The District of Muskoka has stated they could not support this application.
Okay. And to you again, Madam Clerk, do we have any members of the public who are registered to comment on this particular file?
Currently, I only have Bob and Ruth Keller, the applicants. I do have someone who recently raised their hand, so I'm just going to follow up with them directly and then I will be in touch. How does that sound?
That sounds fine. Mr. or Mrs. Keller, do you wish to make any comment at this point, or do you want to wait and respond to council questions?
No, I think you're probably familiar with our application from the public meeting planning committee meeting that we presented at, and then we also presented a bit at the sort of unofficial public meeting in March before COVID happened. But at any rate, due to the rising water, the age of the existing dock, and now it's, you know, sort of 80 feet from shore, access to the property, you know, safe, convenient access to the property is pretty difficult. We were fortunate enough to be able to use space on our neighbor's dock last year and part of this year so far. And, you know, we have had reasonable access, but we need better access in a more permanent, ongoing way. The proposed dock is floating dock. There's no cribbing involved. There's a shore platform which would stand on holes drilled in the rock. And the environmental impact statement, the McCaskey Nielsen who did that came out and they said that even as far out as the dock projects into the water, there is not really any vegetation that far out. There is vegetation around the sides of the property, and you know, we like to be environmentally sensitive, and we have really done nothing to any of the vegetation around the sides of the property. It's when we got there, there was none. Now there's trees there. Now that with the high water, the trees are dying, so it'll go back to nothing, I guess, in a few years. But at any rate, we just are stuck without a dock right now.
All right, thank you very much. Councilors, I'm looking for hands up as I scroll through to see if there's anybody who wishes to. Councillor Jarvis, Councillor Wienko, I see so far, followed by Hazelton at this point.
I believe in reading through the correspondence, there was some disagreement as to what part of this land is actually PSW. And just listening to the comments that have been made from the planning department and from the owner, the land where this dock is being proposed and where that piece of dock currently stands is all granite. So how does that qualify as PSW? And have we got all the right areas earmarked properly as PSW? I guess is my question on that. I'd want clarification on that. I agree. Somebody should, if they had a dock, they should be able to have access to their property. But yeah, I want to on PSW rocky bald shoreline in that way in this situation. So if we could get clarification on that, I'd appreciate it.
Through your worship, it's Jamie. Maybe I can just provide a little bit of clarification. I'm obviously not a biologist, but I have had a number of experiences with applications in these areas and with environmental studies looking at wetlands and provincially significant wetlands. First off, these areas are mapped by the province, so provincially significant wetlands are delineated and the limits are outlined by MNRF and approved by MNRF. So that's item one. And then item two relates to the vegetation communities being lacking in some areas, as you've identified. There are instances where if there's a number of wetlands in an area, for example, the mapping connects those areas and there may not be features specifically present or vegetation specifically present, but it would still be part of that wetland complex. What they identify them as, they collect these wetlands. So that was one of the reasons for in pre-consultation identifying that the applicant retain an environmental consultant for a best location, notwithstanding the policy regime that's in place. Is there a best location that it could be located, that the dock could be located with the least amount of impact? And that's what's been done here.
Councillor Jarvis, a subsequent.
Yeah, just follow up. The structure that's shown in the photos right now that's offshore, that's pre-existing, correct?
That's correct.
So in essence, we're putting a dock in where a dock exists with the addition of, accounting for the fact that there's higher water, so you got a bigger stretch of water to get out to it. Is that right?
That's correct, yes. The way the bylaws are currently written, you cannot make any change to an existing dock in a provincially significant wetland. And that's one of the reasons that we were undertaking that other exercise to deal with providing some possible exceptions. Obviously not part of this application, but that's the reason why, is that it doesn't allow for docks to be relocated or expanded to deal with higher water levels.
Yeah, I know we're going to be dealing with other applications that are PSW or fish habitat, and those do concern me. I'm having trouble with this one. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wienko.
A couple of things. Looking at the map, I guess it's called a site plan, proposed site plan. There's already a cottage and a cabin already on this property, or maybe you can explain what some of these structures are. So it's already built on? My first question.
Through your worship, that's correct. It's an existing developed shoreline residential property. It's got a cottage on it. It's got some accessory structures, and it had a dock previously. With the higher water levels, that one picture identified the dock is offshore. So currently they're using a neighbor's dock to access their property.
Okay, and how old is this cottage? Is it? You know,
I'll defer to the Kellers on that.
We've lost you, Mr. Keller. You're still muted.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, this is a pretty old property. It was a Nicholson household. There's a couple of deeds on it late teens, early 20s. The cottage has been, you know, sort of upgraded, resided, whatever. So we bought it in 2000, and since then we've had sort of 3 permitted changes there. First thing, we built a septic system, then we built the dry boat house, and then we added on to the cottage, all in that period of 20 years. The dock itself was there when we bought it, was old at the time, and the neighboring property sold, and the real estate, just for our information only, told us that the dock was, you know, kind of too close to the property line, and depending on who bought, you know, that could be an issue. As it turned out, it wasn't an issue, but at any rate, the dock is now, or was, hooked onto a peninsula of rock that stuck out into the water, and with the high water levels, that peninsula disappeared, and it's now sort of 80 feet from shore, 70 to 80 feet from shore.
Okay, thank you very much. Just to follow up, okay, so we have a cottage here with some history to it. It did have a dock before. Obviously, it needs a dock in order to maintain the property. You need a dock on the property. You can't use your neighbor all the time, so obviously it needs a dock. I guess the area they chose is the best area according to the environmental study. I don't know if this site plan is actually accurate, because if it is accurate, then you're going to have part of the new dock on your neighbor's property. If you look at the straight line projection off that property line, it'll probably cut across the dock. So I assume this is just a schematic, and I think there's a distance you have to be away from your property, your neighbor's property. So that's something you may want to look into, but I have no problem putting the dock into this area. I guess my last question to you, Jamie, there were some letters of objection. Can you just maybe summarize what your objections were on this particular dock?
Just bear with me a moment there, Counselor. So at the time of the preparation of the report, there were no letters of objection received on this application. And I'm just looking through, I know there's a lot of material that came through yesterday, but I don't believe that there was anything specifically related to this application. I've got a number of comments on other applications, but I don't believe there's anything on this. Maybe if the clerk is aware of anything, then please correct me, but I don't believe there was any letters of concern on this specific application.
I have no letters of concern or objection regarding the Keller application. I do have an updated list of correspondence from everything that was received yesterday, and this was not one of the impacted files.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Hazelton, followed by Councillor Douglas, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Thank you. Under normal circumstances, I would be very hesitant to support something in an EPS like this. However, given the circumstances that I am kind of hanging on to here from my mindset, we have an existing property owner. He used to be able to get to his cottage. He has a dock. High water has frustrated the ability to use that dock. And I think we should be doing everything we can as a township to continue to enable him to access his property. And I'm assuming that as council, we can pass a bylaw, even though the district plans may not support it, but we can pass a bylaw that would allow this property owner to maintain access to his property. And I think that is what we should be doing. And I would certainly fully support that as a strategy. Thank you.
Councillor Douglas.
I just wanted to just get quick clarification on this. I agree with a number of the councillors and their comments as to this is an exception that, you know, we have an owner that has a dock already, and I think he should have access to his property. I'm just kind of wondering, there was some mention there that the dock may be too close to the property line of the existing dock. If that's is that the case? And maybe that could be answered first. Jimmy, do you know that?
Certainly, I can speak to that, Your Worship. The applicant hasn't not applied for a variance to the projection of the side lot lines. So wherever the dock is located, it will have to be located such that it complies with all of the setback requirements and other requirements of the bylaw that aren't listed here. So that orientation that's provided in the sketch, it will have to be slightly adjusted to ensure that it doesn't encroach in that projection of the side lot line.
Okay, so I'm just going to make an assumption here that it's not a very big adjustment, but they will need to get that sorted before a building permit is supplied, obviously. I just think that's important that council knows that dock may move that's sitting there. That may not be the location it goes in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for that, Jamie.
Okay, I'm going to follow with Councilor Cooper, but for anybody's missed it, the Kellers have commented that they will respect all lot lines. Mr. Cooper, Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzer. First of all, I think these people should be able to get to their cottage, and I am very sympathetic to that. I do have a couple of questions. What I'm not seeing on this sketch, really, maybe it's supposed to be a survey, but I don't know that it is. I don't really see where the existing or previous dock is relative to what's being proposed. So that's my first question. Second question is, there appear to be two, what I'll call embayments along the shoreline to the bottom of this dock, just adjacent to it. There's two embayments, and strikes me, I don't know, I'm not visited this site, but it strikes me that those might be the embayments where there's fish habitat, and whereas the shoreline that I think Councillor Jarvis pointed out, where this new dock is going, appears to be basically granite right into the water, so not necessarily an embayment that would be concerning from a fish habitat perspective. So I just wanted to get clarification on that. And finally, as a matter of course, why is the District of Muskoka not supporting this? I'd be interested in what's their commentary? Thank you.
So through your worship to the councillor, maybe I'll deal with the last item first. District's comments. The reason for their non-support would be because it's a structure in a provincially significant wetland. So it's as simple as that fact. And it would not, because it's considered quote unquote development, it would not meet the district OP policies, would not meet the PPS policies, would not meet the township OP policies. So that's their reason for not supporting the application. So it's a strictly policy-based item. With respect to the fish habitat being located in the bays, that very well may be the case. I'm not specifically familiar with whether there's vegetation in those bays or if those are the areas that are being complexed by the larger provincially significant wetland. And the first comment is the location, I believe was the location of the dock in the area of the previous dock, and that's my understanding that it is. Maybe I'll just share my screen briefly to just elaborate on this complexing issue of the wetlands. This is the schedule to the proposed bylaw. So as you can see, the whole area of all of the water and bays in the area of the subject lands, which is right here, is all PSW, or provincially significant wetland. So we saw the pictures that this is all open water in these areas, yet it's identified as a provincially significant wetland. So that just provides a bit more illustration to that complexing issue. And similarly, if anybody of any of these property owners in the area proposed any modifications to their docks, it would not be allowed based on the current policy regime. So it sounds from the discussion that council's being somewhat practical in terms of recognizing an existing long-standing use. That's all I've got to offer.
Okay.
Follow up, Peter, may I follow up?
Yes, please.
Just briefly, and I think we are trying to be pragmatic here and allow people to access their property. It makes perfect sense to me. But I will comment that the District of Muskoka's position is generally a very good position. And that is that if there is a significant wetland, PSW, whatever, FH1, it makes a lot of sense to me. In this particular case, I would say it makes sense to go around that because of the accessibility issue. So I just wanted to make that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we do the next round, Madam Clerk, I see a member of the public is now on screen. Is that, can I assume that Ms. Halpenny would like to speak to this matter?
Yes, she would.
Okay, Ms. Halpenny, the floor is yours. Or let me say the screen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Beth Halpenny, Island 8808 Island 1810. What I'd like to say is that allowing docks on properties with their entire shorelines, particularly vacant lots, but this particular lot with its entire shoreline of being zoned EP or type 1 fish habitat, is an area of discussion. As you know, we've had a number of public meetings on this particular matter. Here, and I'm hearing the councillors, and I would absolutely agree that this is an existing developed property. They already had a dock. They're entitled to maintain access to that existing property and their investment in that property. So I think this is quite different and unique. We, in fact, the planning committee heard a delegation from Mr. Keller, and we encouraged him to make a separate application as opposed to being, opposed to waiting a while for this general amendment, which was proposed to come forward. So I would think if he's putting his dock in the most appropriate location, he's had an assessment to improve that, and we've seen there's no submerged vegetation in that area. I think this is an application that deserves to be considered by council. It is entirely different than having an entire vacant lot with its entire shoreline zoned EP and type 1 fish habitat, and that's going to be the subject I hope to address if council permits on the Moore application. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to the second round, Councillor Wienko, I want to just make a couple of comments myself and a couple of questions. Firstly, I am sensitive to the fact that, as I think Mr. Robinson has pointed out, when we have EPWs or PSWs or what have you, all these designations, they tend to be somewhat broad. It's like, let's call the whole bay environmentally protected wetlands or what have you, and not make allowances for rock outcroppings, what have you. And I think we as a council have to be sensitive to those, let me call them exceptions. I just wanted to confirm a couple of things though with Mr. Robinson. One is, I believe you stated that the federal government and the provincial government would have no objections to a dock being built, even though it is a provincial designation, this provincially sensitive wetland. And in connection with that, even though the district has an objection, or is there any procedure we must go through or the district must go through to allow a dock if we so decided, or is this simply a noted objection that doesn't require, let me call it, legal response?
So to your worship, I'm just going to share my screen briefly because it helps. The picture, I think, helps to describe things a little bit. So on your first question related to the MNR not having an objection, so when, and I'm sorry, you have to bear with me for a second. I have to provide a bit of history here. So when the zoning bylaw and official plan were prepared, the direction we got from the MNRF at that time was that all provincially significant wetlands had to be zoned. and that no buildings or structures were permitted without them, which included docks. MNRF is since indicating that provided a structure is less than 15 square meters of crib area, such as a dock, that it would be permitted within a PSW from their perspective. But we still have a zoning bylaw in place that does not permit them. And based on the definition of development in the provincial policy statement, in our official plan and in the district official plan, these proposed amendments to the bylaw would not be supportable based on the policies at play. But the MNR, all other things considered, if this was not zoned EP, if this was zoned EPPSW, but a dock was a permitted use in the EPPSW zone, the MNR would be okay with it, provided less than 15 square meters of crib area. So with respect to the district, I think the same position would hold true with the district, that if this was zoned EPPSW as it is currently, and if a dock was a permitted use subject to the requirements of the bylaw, the same thing, the district would likely be, I can't speak for them, but would likely be supportable if it was permitted as of right. I know of other municipalities where docks are permitted as of right in a provincially significant wetland. And by as of right, I mean based on the zoning. So it really comes back to the zoning in this instance. And I guess the follow-up to that last point is that if the municipality were to approve this zoning bylaw amendment, the district could appeal if they decided to, but there's no other approval or higher approval that needs to be granted. The township council has the approval authority for zoning bylaw amendments. If the zoning bylaw amendment's granted and not appealed, then the building official could issue a permit for the dock based on the dock meeting all other requirements of the bylaw.
Okay, thank you very much.
So sorry for that long-winded answer, but I think it needed an appropriate setup.
Appreciate that. Councillor Wienko, I saw your hand up for the second round.
Well, I don't know if you need a full second round, since most of us are in agreement, but I would suggest we prepare a new resolution to approve this dock. The resolution as it, well, the recommendation as it we read right now is to receive this report for a report to come in a subsequent planning meeting. So, but I think we should probably just prepare a new resolution to approve it today.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Any other? Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mayor Coates here. This would be round one for me, but I'm only going to have one round.
I did note that it was round one.
Jamie, just trying to digest what you said there. Basically, the Township of Georgian Bay is the controlling authority when it comes to a dock and a PSW, and we simply use the District of Muskoka as a commenting agent in these cases?
Your Worship, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but yes, I think that's a fair characterization for this issue at hand.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Jarvis?
Sorry, just a follow-up to a question from Councillor Cooper with regards to the current structure that is in the water relevant in relation of that to the proposed dock. Is the structure that's in the water now close to or in the same proximity as the new dock proposal is?
Through your Worship, that is our understanding, yes.
Thank you. That's the only clarification I needed. Thank you.
I'm seeing no more hands, so here's my proposal. And that is that we take a lunch break, and during the lunch break, we allow our clerk to draft up a resolution for us to consider actually approving this application, as opposed to simply receiving the report, because I'm sensing from a fair number of councillors that we are prepared to approve a dock on this particular property. And I don't want us to see us wait for another report, a subsequent report, a month or two from now that basically tells us the same thing that we already know at this point. With that, I'm going to suggest, it's now almost 1 o'clock, that we take a break and we reconvene at 1:45. And I'm not even going to ask all in favor. I'm just hoping 1 or 2 heads nod, and then I'll know that it's all good, and we'll all meet again. Oh, look at them all nod. Let's meet at 1:45, and I'm afraid, Ms. Way, I've given you a little bit of homework while we're gone. Thank you very much. We'll meet again at 1:45.
Recording now.
All right, thank you very much. I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 1:45, or to continue the meeting at 1:45. And as I'm sure everybody recalls, at the end of the, before our lunch break, we were reviewing the Keller report, and I sensed from council an appetite to approve. And so I have come up with or Ms. Way has provided me with a resolution, and it reads, moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council receives Development Service Report 2020-43 and enact bylaw 2020-068 to amend zoning bylaw 2014-75 as amended with respect to lands legally described as Island 125, Part Lot M, RP 35R 15900, Part 2, Township of Georgian Bay, District of Muskoka, and municipally known as 4990 Island 630, Georgian Bay. Are there any questions in regard to this motion? Councillor Jarvis.
We're talking about Roberts Island, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. That's a lot of stuff to say Roberts Island. Okay.
Well, we have to do that legal description thing. Any other? No, I'll say all in favor. Oh, okay, now I can say it's passed unanimously. Thank you. And with that, we go on to our final public meeting, final item under the public meeting held under the authority of the Planning Act, namely Development Services Report 2020-44, which is a zoning bylaw amendment Z20-14 for the Shoots 736 Island 2190 Georgian Bay. And this is in the Cognachine area. To whoever is going to give this report, Ms. Lemieux, I see you there, so I'm presuming it's you. The screen is yours.
Thank you. So our next application is Z20-14, submitted by Dave Schutz. The purpose and effect of this application is to change the zoning of the subject lands from Cognachine Shoreline Residential Island zone to a site-specific Cognachine Shoreline Residential Island Exception 62 zone. The effect of the proposed amendment would be to recognize the existing lot frontage of 110 meters and to also remove the H2 holding symbol currently on the subject lands. So here on the screen, you can see the location of the subject lands. It is municipally known as 736 Island 2190 in Georgian Bay, also located on Birds Island, which is what it's locally known as. The property is located within the Cognachine Coastal Waterfront Community and also zoned SRI-7, as previously mentioned. Please note that there is no fish habitat or environmental protection areas that have been identified on or adjacent to the subject property within either the district or township planning documents. So here we have an aerial photograph of the subject lands. As you can see, it's relatively common and rectangular in shape. So here we have a screenshot of the survey that was submitted as part of the application. As you can see here, the straight line frontage of the property is noted as 110 meters and the total lot area is 1.49 hectares. And you can note that 1 hectare is required under this, this zone in the zoning bylaw. So this next diagram was submitted as well by the applicant's agent, showing the septic and the building envelope setbacks Again, just identifying that clearly there is a substantial area to be able to place both a building and septic envelope that would meet zoning bylaw requirements. So section F51083C of the official plan states that existing vacant lots of record created prior to November 1981 that are below a hectare in area or 120 meters of frontage, but greater than 0.4 hectares in area and 60 meters of frontage may be considered for development subject to the processing of a zoning bylaw amendment or minor variance that establishes site regulations. A site evaluation report will be required confirming the suitability of lot for development. So staff were able to confirm that this property was in fact created by way of severance on July 16th, 1979, and therefore the section that I just quoted above would apply. So based on the date of creation and that the subject lands again have this frontage of 110 meters, where 120 meters is required, that is why this application is before council through a zoning bylaw amendment and not just for a lift hold application. The applicant has submitted a site evaluation report and planning justification report as part of the submission. These documents provide the future building and septic envelopes, again, as I just showed, and staff are satisfied that the subject lands have sufficient lot area and lot frontage to support the dwelling and septic systems as previously mentioned. I will go through a couple of photos that were recently provided by the applicant, just showing the general location. And again, please note that the applicant and their agent will likely speak to these photos as well. So here is a shot of the property here. As you can see, it slopes quite a bit to the internal portion of the property. And here's the other side of the property. And then here we're looking straight on. Again, you can see the heavily vegetated area. There is the existing dock that is located on the subject lands. And here we are looking up towards the property. So as you can see, it's quite a steep slope from the shoreline to the potential future building and septic envelopes. So staff have recommended approval of the application on the basis that the applicant has met the precondition to remove the H2 holding symbol on the subject lands, which included the preparation and submission of a plan of survey and also a site evaluation report that identified the septic and building envelopes to ensure that this lot is appropriate for development. So based on the policies of the official plan, staff again do support this application as submitted. And the applicant and their agent are also present to answer any questions if you have any. And so that concludes my presentation, but please feel free to request any clarification on any items. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, have we received any letters of correspondence in regard to this application?
Yes, we've received 6 letters of support from Paul Martin, Palmer Taylor, Carrie Ellis, Bill Hutchinson, Andrew Mary Wilson, and the Cognishine Cottagers Association. We've received 2 letters of objection, one from Kathy Cooper and Beth Halpenny, as well as the District of Muskoka, has no objections. In attendance today, we have the applicant, the agent, and a member of the public.
All right, thank you very much. I will first then say to the applicant, do you have anything you wish to add to the report at this time? That would be Mr. Schutz, I presume.
Correct, yes, sorry. So we can't see. There we go.
So,
here I am. That took a while. Hi. Sorry about that.
Anything you wish to add to the report as presented?
I think Victoria's got most of it there. It's just a situation where, you know, we've been using that property for a boating destination. I live in Thornbury, so we go across in between Christian Island and we use that to boat to. We were going to build. We actually, it came with a building permit at the beginning. And then unbeknownst to us, when we went to sell it, there was now a hold on it. So we're just trying to lift it because the new people would like to build on the property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Jackson, do you have anything to add to this conversation? You are, I understand, the agent.
He was there.
Yes, well, and I see a screen, him on screen, but muted.
Maybe I muted. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. Sorry about that. I'm old school. I struggle a bit with the new technologies, but here we are. Yeah, so Mr. Schutz has asked me to help him shepherd through this lifting of the holding symbol on this property with a great deal of assistance from Ms. Lemieux. I really want to express our appreciation for her help. The lot's been zoned with a hold because it is one of the policy lots that's less than the threshold. And I want to emphasize it's just short of the threshold. It's more than a sufficient area, and it only has 110 meters of frontage where 120 is required. The new survey confirms all of the, I believe, the developability standards that the municipality has anticipated should be shown. The island, as the photos show, are quite high. It's heavily forested. The water's deep, and I'll describe the shoreline as being clean. There's the existing dock and outbuilding and deck on the property that's been there from the time that the Schutz purchased the property in October of 2011. Interesting note, Your Worship and Council, that they bought the property where the previous owner had deposited the required lot levy as a precursor to obtaining a building permit. So in 2005, there was the sense that this was not only a lot of record, but a lot of record that had associated building rights with it. As Mr. Schutz has said, he's now interested in moving on. So he has the purchaser that obviously wants to be able to obtain a building permit for the island property. I believe through Victoria's assistance, we've satisfied the policy criteria to confirm, as she has in her report, that this lot is appropriate for development within the policy framework. I have seen the letter of objection, or the two letters of objection. They rely heavily on another island in the township that I would submit is apples to our oranges, where that other property had some other environmental and physical challenges that do not exist with Mr. Schutz's application. So we believe we've met the criteria the municipality has laid out in its policy framework, and both Mr. Schutz and myself would be happy to try and answer questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Halpenny, you're the member of the public who wishes to speak to this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of Planning Committee, and Victoria for that explanation. Victoria has rightly pointed out the history of this property, created pre-1981. And why that's important to mention to the committee is that pre-1981...
If I may, you're speaking to the Planning Council, not the Planning Committee.
Oh, I'm sorry, Planning Council. Pardon me, Mr. Mayor. The reason... Whoops. I think I've just done something here. Okay, I'm back. Sorry for that confusion. The importance of mentioning 1981 to members of Planning Council is that pre-1981 there were no land use planning regulations, and few, if any, in fact, environmental policies that applied to this area. And that was the reason why, to Mr. Schutz's comment, that in 2014, it was actually Mr. Robinson, who was on this call, who recommended these properties be zoned H2. And the reason for that is to go through a rigor of analysis on the property to ensure that it is suitable for development. And there's absolutely no question that this lot, in terms of the survey that has been provided, meets the minimum threshold to be considered for development. The only concern that I really have is related to, has it satisfied the test through the SARE process to determine its suitability for development? So there's a big difference between meeting a certain threshold so it can be considered development, and having the environmental assessment report done or the site evaluation report determine it's suitable for development and you can actually build. So just a point of correction, because I know it was mentioned that the property is just shy of the current zoning standards. Back in 2006, 2007, when the community plan was being done, the minimum frontage was actually increased to 160 meters. So it's a little ways further from the 120, which was the old criteria. So that's just a matter of correction. But I believe it still is a substantive area and a substantive frontage to be considered for development. My issue is process, and I've personally been through an appeal on another one that is different than this, I admit, and to the earlier comment, I agree this is different than the Moreau application, which is on the agenda later today. But there is a test, and that's the site evaluation report that needs to be done to get to that next step to show that it's suitable for development and you can actually accommodate a building and septic. And I do appreciate the comments that were made, and that's a little bit of history, that there was an application made or a consideration before to place a building on this property. But the fact remains the official plan requires the test. And my concern is that the site evaluation report that has been submitted is very scant, I will say. It's basically a 3-page report, reiterates the official plan criteria, the zoning bylaw criteria. There's very little, if any, and I would say almost no detailed analysis of the site itself. Having gone through the OMB hearing with the Royden application a number of years ago, and council members would be familiar with that decision, the board opined that in that case, she lifted the hold provision, allowed the zoning, but she said that the lot would not be determined as being developable until you went through a series of tests through the site evaluation report. And the things that need to be included in a site evaluation report were assessment of potential habitat for endangered and threatened species, assessment of potential habitat for wildlife, an analysis of the slope and stability and drainage patterns on the site that may impact or constrain a location of a septic system or a building on the site. It also talked about a requirement for access. And what I don't see in the Jackson report is an analysis on any of these things. And in fact, I believe the site evaluation report itself infers that there is a site visit. And I didn't see any documentation or note of when a site visit was conducted. I didn't see any photos in a report by Mr. Jackson that said there had been a visit of the site. Maybe there's something that was not posted that I've missed. But I believe the SARE itself is unfortunately deficient to satisfy the test that this is suitable for development. And that's really my only concern on this, is because if this is the type of report that is acceptable for a site evaluation, and this similar test, which is very little, is applied to the more sensitive shorelines on this coastal Georgian Bay, then we have a potential problem. And I believe that this report should have been prepared by a terrestrial biologist, aquatic ecologist, similar to, and staff are well aware that there have been a number of site evaluation reports submitted in support of other applications for lifting of a hold. And those have been prepared by environmental consultants with areas of expertise quite different from Mr. Jackson's. So those are my concerns. It may or may not be determined at the end of the day that this process is suitable for development. I absolutely agree that the area and frontage is significant. It's more process that I'm concerned about in this particular instance. I'd like to also comment on, because it was noted by Ms. Lemieux that there is no type 1 fish habitat or EP zone in this area. There is a bit of history here that when the Cognishing community was doing its community plan, most of this bay south of or east of the Shadow was to be zoned EP at the recommendation of our own planning consultant, Planscape, that was doing the work at that time. And it got removed due to objections from a number of names I recognized on those that supported this application today were objecting at the time. And the community agreed that it would remove the EP zone, but it was removed on the basis that we had a thorough understanding through the policies that we incorporated in that document, that each site as it came forward would go through this detailed site evaluation process before it was determined for development. So that is my concern. It may in the end be supportable through that report, but I think we're making a conclusion a little early based on what I think is a lack of detail in this report. And I will, if I could make one last comment, having observed the other public meetings here today, I know Mr. Robinson was very clear in the matters that he was bringing forward that these were information reports. I heard Ms. Ngu state at the beginning that this was actually, she was recommending approval of this report. So I think there, in terms of public meetings, and again, I'm talking process, my background is planning. I go through development process. I manage land development projects. And typically when these matters come forward to a public meeting, they're information reports, and you don't typically make a recommendation on approval or denial until you've had public input, which may bring new information to light. So I'm only making that comment because I saw some inconsistency today in how these various public meeting items have been dealt with today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to respond to that charge of inconsistency, simply to note that in a number of these files when it came before us, we as council were of the opinion, supported by staff, that nothing had come forward of significance that would affect that we think would have changed our mind if we were in favor of some of these cases. In other cases, absolutely, we want more information to come back, and we receive the public input with thanks. With that, we've now had the comments from the public, and we turn it over to council. And who would like to stick their hand up first? Councillor Bochek, followed by Councillor Jarvis, followed by Cooper. Councillor Cooper.
So in reading the file and going over all the criteria, I don't really see why this wouldn't be approved as a developable building lot. Our planning department, and through planning law, use the measurement in a straight line across the shoreline. I think if you followed the contour of the shoreline, it would probably be closer to the amount that we hopefully achieve to make it a developable lot. But it's close enough that we've certainly seen many lots that don't even come close to this, and we've moved forward on it. So I have no issues with the report. I think our planning department has done a very good job bringing this to us, and I certainly don't have any more questions as far as moving forward with the approval process. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'm just going to make the comment that if I got this right, even in the report, I'm just pulling it up here, sorry. Other one. Come on, let's go. I'm trying to pull this up on my phone, which is about as slow as my computer. We had a couple of reports there. The one from the wasn't Dave Schutz, it was from John Jackson. The Jackson report indicates that an SER may be required, right in the verbiage of his report for specific issues, all of which were part of Beth Halpenny's list. I would like us to consider, while I have been to this property and I have no problems whatsoever with it, with the hold being lifted, I think as a matter of consistency for us, and as a result of situations such as the hold lift on the Roynan property and the consequences of that, we should probably put in place a process so that in future on these things, we don't have an incident following our approval or our lifting of a hold that indicates we have no further control over what can and can't be done and how it can and can't be done. I'm thinking of species at risk, all the other things that go along with that. As I said, in this case, and I'm in Beth's ballpark on this, I have no problem lifting the hold, but I think we've got to really review our process for lifting holds. That's all.
You'll be very pleased to know that next month the report will be coming forward from Mr. Lemieux in precisely that regard.
Thank you, and thank you, Victoria.
Okay, Councillor Cooper, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Thank you very much, Mayor Kutzier. And I just want to reiterate that, as others have said, I certainly don't have an issue with the area of this lot or the frontage. It's not, the frontage isn't typical for a new lot today, but it's certainly a good sized lot. And so that doesn't concern me. But the points that are raised by Councillor Jarvis and constituent Hallpenny are the ones that concern me, and that is sort of a consistent approach with respect to lifting holes. And I understand, Mayor Kutzer, there is something coming forward next month, but at the moment we have this inconsistency, I think, and I think it goes to some verbiage, and it has to do with things that may be considered for development versus things that are suitable for development. And to get to the suitable piece, you need the site evaluation report and all the pieces that go into that. And that's where this is missing out, and that concerns me. So am I opposed to this having a go-ahead? No, I am very concerned with the practices and approaches that we've been using. And it creates, we can't, it's my understanding, we've had legal opinions that site evaluation reports cannot hold your feet to the fire. So the only way that we can do this is to make sure that we have all the reports before we lift the holds. So thank you.
And you know, I would repeat my answer to you that I did to Councillor Jarvis, except that I've already said it. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I just, you know, I have no problem with this file at all. I'd be willing to support it. I am happy to hear that we've got something coming up next month with regards to the holes and getting some consistency here. However, I will say one thing, and I've heard it from a few of the councillors already. In this particular situation, they have no problem. So if we make it so onerous to these people that got H's put on their properties, probably most of them without knowing, it really does tie hands. I think we need to keep in sight, even when this comes next month, that there are going to be these cases where we have no issue with it, even though it may not fall into the criteria that some would like to see it, which is very onerous to these owners. Anyways, I have no problem with this particular file, and I'd like to see it go through.
Thank you. Councillors Hazelton or Wienko, do you want to add anything to the conversation? Councillor Wienko.
Call a vote.
Sorry, Councillor Wienko, followed by Councillor Hazelton.
I was just going to say call a vote.
Okay.
I'm not ready to vote.
Councillor Hazelton?
I tend to agree with Councillors Jarvis and Cooper and Resident Halpenny. I think we have a process here. I'm delighted to hear that there is some new guidance coming forward next month. I'm not sure that there is any real urgency to deal with this today, and I would prefer that it go through more rigors. From what I've heard, the site evaluation report is sketchy at best, and I think that we should take the caution approach, make sure that we're doing the right thing, and if the site evaluation report that's been prepared in a more comprehensive manner supports lifting the hold, then and there's no other things that staff is going to report that we should be doing to lift holds, then I would approve it at that time, but I can't see approving it today.
All right. With that, Councillor Hazelton, I have you as the mover on this. Would you prefer your name be replaced?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council receives Development Services Report 2020-44 and enacts Bylaw 2020-069, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z 20-14, change the zoning to a site-specific Augustine Shoreline Residential Exception 62, which is an SRI 7-62, zone to recognize existing lot frontage of 110 meters and removal of the holding H2 symbol at lands located at 736 Island 2190 Georgian Bay, Cognachine. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, that passes 5-2. All right, and that ends the public meeting portion of, under the Planning Act, of our meeting.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And now we go into section 7 of our agenda, which is Planning Act applications not subject to a public meeting. And the first one is Development Service Report 2020-45, zoning bylaw amendment Z 20-16 for the same island, and actually a property that backs onto the property we just considered. Ms. Lemieux, please tell us about this property.
Thank you. This one will be a little shorter, again, because we already did an overview of the area, but I will mention that the purpose and effect of this application is to lift the H2 holding symbol. The applicants did complete a plan of survey to confirm the location of the high watermark and the lot area and frontage. And again, no change in this application to the SRI 7 zoning. And that is why it is not considered a public meeting today in front of council. So again, as you can see, this property is directly adjacent to the rear of the previous application's property. It is municipally known as 2942 Island 2190 on Burnt Island. Designation remains the same, Cognachine Coastal Waterfront designation, and is zoned, again, SRI 7. And again, on this property, there is no fish habitat or environmental protection areas identified through either the district or township planning documents. Here we have an aerial view of the property. And here we have the survey that was submitted by the applicants. As you can see here, speaking to the frontage and overall lot area, it's quite a large lot. As you can see, 3.39 hectares. Staff have confirmed that the subject lands were created by way of severance on October 16th, 1989. And therefore, based on this day of creation and based on the policies in the official plan, the removal of the H2 holding symbol conforms to the official plan with no other requirements for a zoning bylaw amendment. Staff are satisfied that the preconditions for the removal of this hold have been addressed and do support the approval of the application. If you have any questions, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have any correspondence on this, or do we have any members of the public that you're aware of who'd like to speak to it?
None for this application.
All right, that means it goes straight to council. Who would like to stick their hand up first? Councilor Cooper, followed by Councilor Bocek, followed by Councilor Jarvis.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and essentially, I don't have a problem with this. I do have, I'm going to continue to reiterate the issue around lifting of holds. But the other point I would make to planning staff, or at least ask them if there was a site visit, and if there was, is there an awareness of in our planning department of the fact that this is a very busy channel. It's essentially the channel that, for the most part, the cottage community from the north, Go Home Bay, central and northern Cognachine, that's the channel they use. It's much more protected than the outer channel where you might find some of the cruisers. Well, the two outer channels, I should say. So this is a very, very busy channel. And if you look at it, you think, my goodness, there's lots of width there. But in reality, I would say the southeasterly portion or shoreline of this property, the channel narrows down significantly. And to the point that depending on the kind of dock that might be used, there needs to be some sort of consideration related to that. Or maybe better still is to consider that the dock might be positioned in the top half of the frontage as opposed to the what I'll say, the southeast rather than the northwest side of the shoreline. That's the only concern that I really have, other than, as I said, the whole issue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. I'm just going to reiterate something I've said for years, and that is I'm not a fan of changing the rules of a game halfway through the game. Here we have a lot that was severed in 1989. And in 1989, I'm sure the person who severed these lots was working under the auspice that they needed a certain amount of frontage in order to substantiate a building lot. Of course, in 2014 or somewhere thereabouts, the official plan was amended, and I'm not sure if it was at that time we came up with a new figure of 120 or 160 or whatever we have currently on the books. But I don't think somebody would have severed a piece of land on an island knowing that they would never be able to obtain a land use permit or a building permit because of the frontage. So somewhere along the line, this criteria has changed. And in fact, including the last application, in 1989, it certainly would have been built upon. But because the frontage has changed since then, the requirements, now there's an H put on it, and the H needs to be removed. So I have no issues with this H coming off and this land moving forward. But again, we run into this almost every council meeting, that because of the H that was put on, and most people didn't even realize it was put on, they didn't have the ability to go back and change their dividing up of the property to accommodate the newest regulations. So I will continue to support the development of these properties that don't quite meet today's standards.
Ms. Way.
Sorry, Your Worship, I would just like to clarify I was incorrect earlier when I said there was no correspondence received. There's actually one letter of support from the Cognition Cottagers Association, and the District of Muskoka cited no objection.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I'll just use this one as another example, but in the previous one, just to clarify, I believe the CCA report, which was in support, also indicated that the lack of an SER was concerning, or something along those lines. I can't remember the exact verbiage, but I'm in line with other councillors, with councillors Cooper and Hazelton in many respects. I was kind of hoping we might see a moratorium on lifting of holds until we can get better clarification on what should be required for the lifting. I don't think it should matter when a property was severed or set up or whatever. Times change. We become more environmentally conscious of what's going on. And unfortunately, some properties will be implicated in that. They could be properties that are developed, properties that are not developed. Some of us may end up at some point in time having to make corrections to our own developments because we are impacting the environment in a way that's not something that should be approved. So that's life. For anybody that's buying property up here. I think as has been discussed many times amongst a few of us, it's the environment that gets us up here in the first place. Is the environment we want to preserve. And if certain costs have to be incurred across the board or by certain property owners as a result of it, then that's life. You want to have a nice environment, then you got to keep it that way.
Councillor Jarvis, we've already confirmed that the lifting of holds is going to be discussed at next meeting.
I know. I'm just trying to get my sense in.
Next meeting.
I'll be very brief. Okay, my concerns about the SCR still stand for this one, though I see no reason why we can't be lifting the hold.
Ms. Lemieux, followed by Councillor Douglas.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to provide some clarification as I feel it's only right to do so. And I know it is about the past application that we just spoke about, but the site evaluation information that was provided by the applicant, Mr. John Jackson, was based on the requirements that I myself, after correspondence with the district, asked them to provide. So it is not a matter of they did not provide something that was, inadequate by any means. That was what I personally asked as a requirement as part of the application, as we saw that was the only information
Okay.
at this point based on our policy review that was required. So I just want to clarify that I know that there was some talking about the report submitted. That was based on staff's asking of the.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Douglas.
Thank you. I'm in support of this application as well. I feel very similar, and I've said it before in the last application. I think it's unfortunate that people who have purchased property in the past had these ages put on, mostly without their knowledge. Again, I look forward to next month's discussion, but I will continue to support in most situations, I'm sure, with these hold properties. And I too am very conscious of the environment. However, going forward, I understand that. I will support that when we talk about it next month, I'm sure. But going backwards and penalizing people that bought properties, because I can't agree with that. Anyways, I am in support of this application.
Okay, I'm seeing no more hands raised. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that Council receives Development Service Report 2020-45 and enacts Bylaw 2020-069, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z20-16, to lift a holding H2 symbol at lands located at 2942 Island 2190, Georgian Bay, Cognisheen. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's 6-1. That's carried. Okay. Next on our list is Development Services 2020-46, zoning bylaw amendment application ZBL 18/32, Morrow at 818 Island 820, Georgian Bay. And this is, I believe, to Mr. Robinson.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. So this application is this is a recommendation report that pertains to a public meeting that was previously held on an application for zoning bylaw amendment. The application has two parts. The first part is related to the lifting of a holding provision, or an H2. A survey has been completed to confirm the land area that's above the 177.4 contour and to confirm the lot frontage of the property. On the basis of that survey that was completed, the lot would qualify for the removal of the H2 symbol in accordance with the requirements of the township's official plan and zoning bylaw. The second component of the application pertains to the zoning of the property or the zoning of the water in front of the property, and it's zoned as type 1 fish habitat. So as you're likely aware, the type 1 fish habitat zone does not permit a dock. This is a similar situation that we dealt with earlier with the public meeting pertaining to the Wildwood campground in Port Severn, where a proposed dock was to be located in type 1 fish habitat. So there's two components of the application. The effect of the application would enable.
May I interrupt? I just totally forgot one thing. Councillor Wojcik, I believe he declared a conflict for this particular item. Okay, I just wanted to confirm that Councillor Wojcik will not be participating in this particular item, and I apologize for not bringing it up beforehand. But this
Yes,
is,
thank you, Mayor Coetzee. That is correct. I did declare a pecuniary interest indirectly on this.
Okay, thank you. I apologize, Mr. Robinson. I just wanted to make sure that was cleared. That Councillor Wojcik, while he can observe, he cannot participate.
Okay, that's noted. So just carrying on with the presentation here. So the effect of the zoning would enable a dwelling to be constructed on the property. The dwelling would have to be constructed in accordance with the standard requirements of the SRI 1 zone pertaining to the location of that dwelling on the lot. So just moving on here, we'll just move down to the next slide.
Now you haven't shared the screen. Were you?
Oh, sorry, sir.
What you have to show?
Yeah, just 1 second here. My apologies, I skipped over that. So the first slide I had was the purpose and effect, which I've been through the two components of the bylaw, the survey confirming the lot area, which enables for the removing of the holding symbol, and also the zoning to deal with the type 1 fish habitat on the property. So just moving ahead to the next slide here, the location of the property. Location of the property is in Honey Harbor. The location shown right here. And just zooming in on the property, you can see the existing bay here. And again, the public meeting's been held, but just to refresh council's memory on the site of the subject lands, there's a large rock sort of towards on the abutting property. The property to the east has a boathouse and a dock associated with it. The property to the south has a dock associated with it, and this is the subject lands in here. The proposal would be to construct a dwelling in this portion of the site and the dock to extend in this area of the site. So the next slide shows the location of that. So again, this is the inner portion of the bay. So maybe I'll try to make it just a little bit larger. Proposed dock locations in this location, a building envelope and septic envelope has been located in this location of the lot that complies with the requirements of the zoning bylaw. There's just a blow up of it. One of the major concerns from the comments that were expressed through the public meeting was the dock itself and the ability to access the property in periods of changing water or low water levels. So what staff requested was that the owner conduct a survey to identify the depths of water in the area of the proposed dock to provide confirmation that access to the site could be obtained both in high water and low water levels. We've heard reference to another application and a hearing related to the Roynan hearing, and in that application, one of the appellant's concerns pertain to the ability to access the site in periods of changing water or low water. So as a result of that, staff have instituted a process of applicants providing justification to demonstrate that proper water access can be maintained. And again, this is a water access property, it's on an island. So as a result of that, the applicant did prepare this survey. And what this survey identifies in blue is a dock based on the 177.4 meter water level, which is this red line along the top of the map here. So that's where the dock would connect at shore. And then they also looked at what the low water situation would be, which is the 175.76 meter, which is in this red line here is where it identifies. And what it demonstrates is that a dock, what the water level would be at the end of a dock that meets the requirements of the bylaw based on high water and based on low water. And based on this information, it appears that appropriate access can be gained to the property both in high water and low water circumstances. We are aware that it's common on Georgian Bay that docks do have to move in and out with changing water levels, and that would be the case in this instance. At the end of the dock in a high water situation, there's 6 meters of depth at this location. Just a few pictures to familiarize yourself. So this is the area of the site where the dock is identified and the dwelling location is back up behind these trees. That's the rock I spoke of at the entrance of the bay. Again, just another picture of the southern portion of the lot. This is the neighboring property heading around to the southern portion again. And then this is a look down the other portion of the bay. So in the area of where that rock was identified, looking at the neighbor's boathouse and dock. Just a few other points of reference. With respect to this application, staff are recommending approval of the application. The applicants have met the requirements of both the official plan and the zoning bylaw, specifically the requirements for the removal of the H, which are the demonstration of the lot area and the lot frontage above the specified contour. The applicants have provided an environmental report dealing with the fish habitat. They have identified an appropriate building envelope on the site, and the application would be subject to site plan control as well. The requirement for site plan control would also take into consideration the recommendations from the supporting study that was prepared by the applicant in terms of maintenance of the shoreline vegetation, maintenance of buffer areas, and the protection of trees, and also the limited size of pathway that's permitted to access the cottage or the development area on the lot. So though that completes our overview of the application, it's again staff's opinion that the proposal is consistent with the provincial policy statement, that it conforms to the district official plan, and that it conforms to the official plan for the township of Georgian Bay. So if there's any questions, I can do my best to try to answer those today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, Madam Clerk, please correct me if I'm not. We've received numerous pieces of correspondence in regard to this file, which I believe you've circulated among all council.
Correct. There's been, I would say, 7 letters total, 5 of objection and 2 requesting a deferral. There are also 4 members of the public in attendance today. Mike Morrow, the applicant, Armin and Gord, the agents, and Beth Hall-Penny, a member of the public who has requested to speak, even though this is not a public meeting.
Yeah, and that I will admit having a bit of a concern when it's not a public meeting if we end up in effect. I wonder, actually, Mr. Robinson, you could stop sharing your screen and I can see everybody. I'm wondering, I'm a little concerned that if we don't respect the fact it's not a public meeting, then we're going to get into a situation that we're going to do the public meeting all over again. Having said that, I'm going to start by asking councillors if they wish to speak to this matter at this point, and we'll see how that conversation goes. Councillor Jarvis, you're the first with your hand up. That seems to be your pattern today.
Unusual, I guess. Yeah, I took the liberty of going onto the District of Muskoka mapping and checking out the 2008 aerial. I don't know if Jamie has access or can pull that up. Certainly, I can't pull it up very quickly, not on my computer. But the rock outcrop that he mentions in his in the presentation he just did, there's one on either side, and those both become very, very prominent in the lower water as illustrated in that overhead from 2008. So my questions are as follows. One, going back, Jamie, to the other shot you did of the dock locations. Oh, great, that's good. That's what year is that one?
So through your this is the 2008 aerial photo. Right below it, this is the 2018 aerial photo. So you can see the differences in water between the two. I can try to get them both on the screen at once too, if it would be helpful.
Yeah. All I'm trying to do is illustrate, ask you to illustrate for me, if we go to a 2008 scenario and with the dock adjusted for the lower water, where does the dock end in relation to those 2 rock outcropping? Is anything we've got on that by any chance?
So the maximum permitted dock length is the 20 plus ramp is the 26 meters. So just again, there's nothing survey quality about this, but in comparing in the high water today, the water looks to be about where this yellow line is here.
Yeah, it'd be about right. Yeah.
And in the low water scenario is, I think, what we're looking at here. So a 20-meter scenario, I think you're out kind of in this area somewhere.
Okay, so my next question then is, with the dock, 2 dock scenarios that were provided by the applicant, what's the water depth? I couldn't see it in that because of the quality and the size of my screen. I couldn't see if there's a water depth marked at the end of that low water dock installation, and what that depth would be, because I'm very, very concerned about water depth and access, despite what's being said here. I don't think if you're a 2008 scenario that you would be able to get into that dock without doing a bit of inadvertent dredging with your boat motor. Do you have that stuff on that chart that gave us the dock installation illustrations?
So, Councillor, it's not labeled. The end of the red dock is not labeled, but based on scaling it off the drawing, it looks to be about the 6 feet at the end of the red dock, which is the low water situation as well.
So 6 feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my only concern. I mean, this is, if the water goes down to 2008, and Lord help us if and when it does, this looks to me more like a wetland or a potential wetland than a location for a dock, and I'm very, very concerned in that regard. I would really like to see some more information about water depth before I came up with any further, it was able to make a decision on this. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm looking for Councillor Cooper. Your hand came up next. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And at risk of going against what Councillor Jarvis just stated, I believe what you see on the District of Muskoka is actually 2018 and 2013 are the 2 maps that I'm aware of. And the one that I think we just saw was likely 2013. But having said that, we know that over about a 6 or 7 year period, we've had a swing of 6.5 feet. So I have a couple of questions for our planner on this. First of all, on the first page of your report, you talk about a species at risk assessment. Who did it and when?
Mr. Robinson, you're looking that up? I mean, I have a report in front of me.
I think I can answer that here. So the fish habitat assessment was done in 2018. The species at risk assessment was completed in January 9th, 2019. And then additional comments on both the fish habitat impact assessment and species at risk assessment were provided on February 18th, 2019. And I just would like to clarify that Councillor Cooper is right. I have the district I have the township aerial photos up here now, and he is correct that the one photo was from 2013 and the second was from 2018.
Wonderful.
All right, Councillor Cooper, you want to add to that? Then I'd suggest you unmute.
Sorry about that. So we do have sort of a pretty clear picture of at least the low water. The high water is 2 years later, so we can add a foot or a foot and a half. And in terms of the assessments, when they came out, I find that interesting, but I'd like to know specifically, because I think, as I understand it, species at risk assessments are supposed to be done 3 times in a year, you know, sort of spring, summer, fall, or whatever the criteria is. I'm not an environmental consultant, but I think that's what's supposed to happen. And you mentioned some dates that were in the middle of winter, so I'd like to have that information in due course. But I would like to just sort of move on to a few other points, and that is, your report also talks about this is in page 3, the bottom. Water depths have been identified in the FHIA. Current water depths are 6 feet. And by the way, I believe, Jamie, you said meters, it's not 6 meters, it's 6 feet. But if it is 6 feet and the water is now fluctuating somewhere around 6.5 feet, it means that we have essentially a mud flat in 2013, or pretty darn close to it, maybe 6 inches of water, something like that. Just do the math. So I'd like to make that comment. Just, I guess, a few other things that sort of come to mind. So Gordon Nielsen is a environmental consultant, and it has been demonstrated through his study, that a dock can be accommodated on the site at different water levels. And I'd like to know what you're pointing to the diagrams that we saw. I'm pointing to the 6 feet swing, and from what I'm getting out of this is that if you want to get anywhere close to this property as the water goes back down, you've got some serious problems. And if we approve something like this, we're going to end up having to then down the road approve dredging in a wetland. And it just is beyond comprehension why we would be moving along with something like this. I'm going to let other people speak because I have pages of questions about this. There's been pages written about this, all very well considered, and I have to say that I'm certainly not in support of lifting this hold. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other, Councillor Douglas, I see your hand up.
Thank you. Jamie, I'm just wondering if you could put that diagram up again of the dock. I want to get a little bit more clarification of the dock depths now and what they are at low water, as Councillor Cooper was just referring to. Please.
Just 1 second here.
Just so I can get a better understanding where we're at right now.
Yep, certainly.
So Jamie, can you just indicate to me at the present time, just clarification, what is the water depth? Because right now we're at fairly high water, of course. What have we got for water depth at present?
So at present, we're in and around the high water mark, which is the 177.4. I don't have the exact amount today, but we're close to that. So that's this red line that goes across the map, the drawing here, labeled as 177.4. So the water depth at the dock would be about 6 meters deep at the end of the dock.
Is it 6 meters?
Or sorry, 6 feet. My apologies, 6 feet.
Okay, I was a little bit confused on that one because that obviously is a big change. So, as Councillor Cooper is saying, when that water level drops to what are historical, where it could drop to, we would have how much water then at the end of the dock?
So based on the figure that's been provided, it's close to the 6 feet of water depth at the end of the dock. It does not have a dimension on it. Maybe the applicant who prepared this or their consultant could provide some, or their advisor could provide the confirmation on what that depth is.
So if which would be lovely if we knew that, but So just assuming by the way this is done, what they would be doing essentially is moving the dock out in low water. So it would
That's
be
correct, yes.
to get the 6 feet or 6 feet.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that.
Okay, for right now, I'm not seeing any other hands. I just want to make one comment myself, and then we'll see if we get everybody else. When I'm looking at this dock projection, my concern is that if the blue dock, if I can call it that, which would be the current dock, is roughly 80 feet from the shore. The red dock has been moved out roughly 50 feet from the current shore. In between the red dock start and the blue dock start is going to be basically a mud flat, because this is ground, this is not rock, this is ground like dirt, in which right now various plant life is growing. Hard to tell when you have pictures with ice over it, but I'm sure it's not just pure mud. There's lots of things growing in it. And so what I imagine is if we get to low water and the red dock, the blue dock has to be moved so it becomes the red dock, you're going to have 50 feet of mud to cross. And if I were on that property, I'm sure I'd fill that mud crossing with some form of ramp or wood or old dock or something so that I could get across the mud without getting all my shoes dirty. And so in effect, you're going to have a 130-foot long dock when you include the ramp to get up to the soil where it's actually been solid and not underwater in its history. And that's part of my concern with this, is that even if you move the dock out to where the red one is illustrated, that is still 50 feet out. It starts 50 feet out from the current shore. And in between the current shore and that red, I believe will be mud. And I know that if I was visiting these folks on this cottage and they expected me to go through mud for 50 feet, I'd be not entirely pleased. And so that's my real concern. I mean, absolutely, you can move docks, but what's in between where the dock was to where the dock is, and it's 50 feet of mud. Councillor Douglas, do you want to be subsequent to your prior comment?
Where are we here?
And then I see Councillor Hazelton's hand following Councillor Douglas. Oh, have I lost you, Councillor Douglas?
Sorry, I'm just kind of wondering what is actually under the, is it mud or is it rock? Do we know what the actual ground is in that area? Is it mud? No.
I would imagine it would be mostly mud, otherwise it wouldn't be fish habitat.
Okay, can we just get clarification on that? Jamie, do you know, or does anybody know what's under, where that dock location is proposed?
Mr. Grigaitis.
Sorry. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Thank you, folks. So from my perspective, the water level is not going to go from the red dock to the blue dock overnight. It's going to take a period of several years for that to happen, during which time the ground has a chance to solidify. It is a combination of clay and sand and a little bit of rock and gravel mixed in. So it's no different than any other dock. And if you go along the shore between Honey Harbor and Cognachine, you'll see on properties that have a rock base or a rock shoreline, you'll see several sets of pins that are a high water, low water, medium water application where people routinely move the dock to suit the particular water level. This is no different. This dock was designed with screw piles to hold the shore part of it, the fixed part, so they can be extracted and moved out. You know, if the water goes down, as long as the total alignment of the dock or the projection, if you want to call it that, doesn't exceed what's been provided for in the approval, then no harm is done. And so sure, if the water dropped down 6 feet or whatever overnight, then it's going to be muddy. But there's going to be a period of years where this has a chance to solidify. And Gordon Nielsen, who is the expert on this file, is in attendance, and I'd like to hear from him. But just in terms of the water depth, there was some question, and it's likely an oversight that that wasn't put on there. But I agree with Jamie Robinson's analysis that it is about the same depth. So the projection of the dock is the same length. It's just anchored at a different point during low water than it is during high water. And there's still 6 feet of water getting in, even in low water times in that case.
Okay. Councillor Douglas, and then Mr. Robinson also wanted to respond. So Councillor Douglas is subsequent to this.
Thanks for that, Armin. That helps me because I agree with what you're saying. It will solidify. Just a point of clarity here. I know we're talking about 2 different things in this application, but is the dock situation a part of the hold, the H hold? Or are these 2 different?
So through your worship to the councillor, the dock situation is part of the hold in respect of ensuring there's appropriate access to the property. However, it's also the second component of the amendment that I spoke to at the beginning, because it's identified as type 1 fish habitat in the area where the dock is, and a zoning amendment has to be undertaken, and that's part and parcel of this amendment, to allow for a dock within type 1 fish habitat. So it's a bit of a combination of both.
Thank you for that. And thank you, Armin.
Okay, Councillor Hazelton, you had your hand up. I see Jarvis and Wienko as well.
Thank you. So I'd like to, first of all, thank you, Jamie, for bringing that water depth chart forward. That has also been done by others. Just to kind of reiterate where we are in water depth, at 120 feet out is 23 inches. It's not really big enough for a boat. So that's in low water. In low water at 170 feet out, you got about 6 feet. So, you know, you're really a long ways out from that. The current sketch of the dock is 88 feet, 26 meters is 85 feet. So we've already got an extra long dock. But let's look at the F1 habitat. If you look at the sketch, sorry, if you look at the drawings of where the F1 habitat goes, it projects out probably more than double the length of a projected dock. So the fish habitat is way beyond what we're talking about here. So those are a couple of key elements that I think we want to pay attention to here. Additionally, something has been lost between the current report and the last report. In the last report, it was stated that DFO had been circulated the report and had no objections. And we learned later that that was a copy and paste error. And so we don't have any comments from DFO. We also discovered that MNRF was silent on the last proposal, and apparently they're silent on this proposal. And yet MNRF provided us with a comment, and I quote, "Currently MNRF would recommend the township not proceed with the amendment at this time, as the impacts to the SAR and their habitat protected under the Endangered Species Act have not been addressed." So those are, again, MNRF guidance on this matter. And then we start realizing that, you know, as reported, there have been many comments provided to this application. We've got a peer review that was done by the Eastern Georgian Bay Protective Society, done by North-South Environmental, and significant concerns raised by that. We have Mary Muter, who, in working with Dr. Pachow Fraser, have expressed very grave concerns with the environmental studies that have been done on this, the timing of them, and the lack of multiple dates, as Councillor Jarvis was highlighting at the very beginning, that the studies probably weren't done at the right time, or certainly not done in any real significant depth. We also have resident Halpenny, who has provided a lot of expertise and comment on this. So I think all of these comments have highlighted very, very significant concerns with any development on this. I think that we want to be very, very careful about, you know, even considering the lifting of a hold. Now, I want to make one other key, very key comment. Mayor Coetzee, you are 100% correct in your comments about the terrain, and I can speak about that with firsthand knowledge, because the wetland immediately beside my property is exactly like the wetland in front of the Morrow property, and I can guarantee you that even in low water, I'm not going to be walking out from the edge of shore out into where the low water is, because it's all mucky soil. It never really recovers, it never really dries out. And to your point, if I have a dock and the dock is now 120 feet or 170 feet out from shore, I'm going to be building dock segments to get me from the new location of that dock, the so-called red dock that Jamie showed. I'm going to be building dock sections all the way back to the high water mark area where it's going to be dry. And that's completely unacceptable. If I were an owner of that property and wanted to use it, that would be completely unacceptable without having that dock structure all the way back to that shore. So Mayor Coetzee, you're 100% correct in that that soil is not going to be suitable for access. One might pretend it is for, you know, a few weekends, but it's not going to be a routinely available thing. And then when you look at some of the photos that were made available in the package that we received, on page 136 of our 391 page Planning Council package, you know, photo number 7 shows I got one of the best views of the dense vegetation and fish habitat, and you can guarantee that's going to be destroyed, first of all, by putting a dock in, and then secondly, by extensive use of the property with boat access and so on. So I just look at this as it's a significant fail, in my opinion, and I have no appetite for lifting the hold on this. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councillor Wienko, please.
I guess my comment or my question to Jamie is that there's two issues here. There's lifting of the hold for the property, and there's being asked to approve a dock to access the property. Are the two of them tied together? Other words, if we do approve one, we have to approve two? Because I'm concerned that if we go ahead and approve or lift the hold and not the dock, that the owner would then just pull up his boats on shore, and the contractors would pull up their barges on shore and do a lot more damage to the wetlands. So we may not have any control on development of the property and the damage that could be done with the wetlands if we didn't have a dock. So help me out here. Do we have to have both, or can we have one, or what?
Council can do whatever they want here in terms of making a decision, but as a planner, I believe there's a close relationship between the two, that the dock is effectively the driveway to a property. So, and removal of the hold, what's unique about the removal of the hold requirements from your planning documents is it's specifically related to the lot area and the lot frontage. Are there requirements for site evaluation reports in some instances? Yes, there are. But in this case, I think there's a definite relationship between the two. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
Okay, just for further clarification then, this property is very developable, and there's no issues with that. So he could come back, the proponent could come back and ask for the H to be lifted only, and we would probably have to give it to him because of the survey?
I'm not going to comment on that specifically. That's not the application that's before us today and for us to consider. I think we'd have to take a real good hard look at whether it's appropriate to even lift the hold without a dock. as I've mentioned already, I think they're definitely directly related. So I don't want to comment or speculate on what opinion we give you on an application that was just to remove the hold, because that's not what's been before us and that's not what's been evaluated at this time.
Okay, Councillor Jarvis, followed by Councillor Cooper.
Going back to comments I made earlier, essentially what we're talking about here is having somebody being allowed to build a cottage with dockage in what conceivably will be nothing short of pretty much a marsh and low water. And who wants to have a cottage on a marsh in the first place? Because you can't do any swimming. You can't even enjoy the water for the reasons that most of us are on the water. Unless you want to sit on the dock and watch Mother Nature do her thing, which is wonderful. I can't believe that anybody would want to build on that piece of property knowing they only access to the shoreline would be via any kind of dock. They would want to do some shoreline alteration so they could have access to the lake. That piece of abayment there becomes very small in low water, and I cannot accept that there's any way you can get access to that that's going to be something that's useful to anybody. I also reiterate that I don't think there's enough water off the end of that dock, no matter how far you put it out into that abayment right now. That's it.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper. Oh, and Mr. Nielsen, you wanted to, did I see your hand raised? I'll give you a chance as well in fairness, and then we'll get to Councillor Cooper.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I just want to say that during our survey, we found a water depth in the area that we located the dock, a water depth of 2 meters at a distance of 12 meters to 14 meters offshore, which is why we recommended that there be a gangway to the dock, which began at that depth. In my view, now keep in mind that was in 2018. Water levels were certainly well above their historic low. They were about 0.45 meters below what they currently are. But they were 1.3 meters higher at that time than the lowest recorded level in Georgian Bay. What that means is that in the area, the inner portion of the slip, you would still have a depth of 0.7 meters under the very lowest water level that's been observed in Georgian Bay. I would suggest to you that there are a great many cottages around this area that would be experiencing problems with access long before that. I don't see a situation here where dredging is going to need to occur. Would the character of that bay change with a lower water level? Of course it would, but there'd still be access and egress to a dock, which is why we suggested it be located as such. So thank you. And I'm happy to answer any other questions, Your Worship.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier. Just a couple of things, just with respect to Mr. Nielsen's comment. There are some places on Georgian Bay that currently have cottages where there are problems like this. Not a lot of them, but a few. They're existing cottages. And we should allow access to those existing cottages. This is not an existing cottage. There is not an existing cottage there. The reason there's a hold on this property, and there were holds put on certain properties, is that they were undersized. And in some cases, going back quite some time ago, lots were created that really, frankly, are not suitable for development. And I don't know how else to put it. It's just simply, there's a reason for an H. It's not suitable. And we need to acknowledge that. And as far as, suggesting that this is no different than having pins down the shoreline, I heard that comment, and moving docks, that's where there's a Canadian shield going down the shoreline, not a large wetland fish habitat. We're talking about apples and oranges here. And if people are able to move their docks along with pins, they're not in fish habitats for like 90% of the cases. That's just not what's going on. So I'm failing to see the argument that this should be developed. I think we need to recognize that there are some lots that just don't make it. Thank you.
Councillor Hazelton.
I'd like to, by way of comparison, draw everyone's attention to a lot on Deer Island. I don't know what the name of the bay is, but it's kind of almost in the middle of Deer Island, coming in from the south off the main channel. And it's a lovely cottage. I don't know who developed it. I know that whoever did develop it is probably extremely disappointed and feels like they've have been taken for a ride on this thing. It's an example, a classic example of what this property is going to evolve into if you allow development. That property has been abandoned. You can't get to it in low water. It's turned out to be a building that everything of any value has been stolen. It's an absolute wreck and an eyesore. It was probably somebody's dream at one point in time, at the end of a kind of a very still water, wetland-like area, but not really wetland. So the point that I'm trying to get to here is, we have examples. To Councillor Cooper's comments, there are things that should never have ever been built. And that cottage on that end of that little bay in Deer Island should never have been built. The property should never have been sold, should have never have been allowed to have been carved out as a piece of land and a lot. And yet it was built on, and now it's an absolute disaster. And when we look at this property, the study that was done by the applicant, showing the water levels and showing how far you have to go out before you actually have water and low water. The studies that have been done by the community that show basically the same thing, that you're out into the middle of nowhere, in the middle of a bay, and you're still in the middle of a wetland. At the end of, say, 170 feet, you're still in a wetland, so and a fish habitat. So I think we need to kind of call a spade and say this is not a candidate for a happy cottaging experience. To Councillor Jarvis's comment, people are not going to want to jump off the dock and splash around in the lily pads and think that that's a nice place to swim. So we're just facing a disaster here. And again, to reiterate, I have no appetite to lift the hold in this.
Thank you. Councillor Rienko, I think you're the only individual who hasn't spoken twice. Do you want to have a second chance? You do not. All right. I think the best thing I can do now is call for the vote, because everybody's spoken at least twice. We have received input from numerous people. So what I have in front of me is a motion moved by Councillor Rienko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council passes bylaw 2020-071, being a zoning bylaw amendment, Z18-32, for 818 Island 820 Georgian Bay to lift the hold and to permit a dock within a type 1 fish habitat. Any final comments? Councillor Douglas.
I'd like to know if there's any appetite for deferral here, because there's more information that I'd like to have on this property.
Such as?
Well, I'd like to get more clarification on these depths, first of all, and the soil, and an update on maybe these species at risk. I see a lot of this was done in the wintertime, so I think there's just more questions and more information that I'd like to have.
Any other councillor want to speak to the idea of a deferral? Councillor Cooper.
Would not support that. I think we have enough information in front of us that it's very clear what needs to happen here. So I would not support that. I'm sorry, but thank you.
No need for apology, I don't think. Anyone else wish to comment? All right, I will add one or two comments myself and say, part of me would love to pass this simply based on, there's a spot you can build a cottage and why not? But the other part of me says, and some of those pictures, and I think it was Councillor Hazelton pointed them out, but some of the pictures of the marshland that's in this bay, and I've seen it over the years, makes me wonder why somebody would want to build in that area without doing a lot of, dare I call it, renovation to the landscape, and that concerns me. I know as I paddle around our bays that there are some bays I go into that you don't expect a cottage in those bays just because of the lay of the water and all the growth around it, the swamps, and we know how important that is. So I feel for the applicant. I think that, yes, under, let me call it prior times, prior periods, this land could have been developed to some degree, and but it would have involved using a fair amount of probably fill. With that, I'm going to read the motion one more time, and I'm going to call the vote. Be it resolved that Council passes bylaw 2020-071, being the zoning bylaw amendment Z18-32 for 818 Island 820 Georgian Bay to lift a hold and to rent a dock within a Type 1 fish habitat. All those in favor? I am not seeing any hands raised. This is defeated. Okay. Now we're at 3:15 already, and the next topic in front of us is Brandy's Island. Would anybody like a 10-minute break, or should we just jump straight into it? Councillor Jarvis.
Trying to get my mouse to work here. I vote for a quick break.
All right. Bio break. Let's be back within 10 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Two things before we get on to the next topic. One is, unfortunately, Councillor Douglas had to leave the meeting due to an appointment. And secondly, I'm going to propose at the recommendation of staff that we take the closed session portion of this meeting and postpone that until 9 o'clock Wednesday morning and ahead of our regular council meeting. And I'm hoping that most councillors will be okay with that start at 9 as opposed to 10 on Wednesday.
That's what I've been getting up, for crying out loud.
Yeah, well, and the 9 o'clock will be the closed session, so we will start the official council meeting at 10 o'clock as previously announced.
Peter, if you could give me the liberty of about 2 minutes, I have to change an appointment I had for 8 o'clock on Wednesday morning.
Okay.
Okay, just stand by. I'm sure I can change it. I just need to confirm it.
Peter?
Mr. Cooper.
I can make 9 o'clock, but like Stephen, I doubt I'll be awake.
Well, it's okay. It's closed session, so the public won't see if your eyes are open or closed.
So nothing's changed, Peter.
Pajamas are allowed or what?
Excuse me?
Just waiting for a response, Peter. I'm sorry for the delay here.
Well, a certain point we'll carry on without you, but
I do want to be a part of that closed session meeting. It's important that I'm involved, so I'm good.
All right.
I'm good, no problem.
Next on our list is Development Services 2020-47 Brandy Island Site Plan Report. Mr. Robinson, the screen is yours to start this part of our meeting off.
Certainly. Thank you, Your Worship. I'm just sharing my screen here. So much like some of the other applications on the agenda today, there's been a number of comments received. This again is not a public meeting. This is a site plan application that has come before council. This is an amendment to an existing site plan application. It's for Brandy's Cove Yachting Center, or known as Brandy's Island. What this proposed amendment to the site plan agreement would identify is it would identify the location of a tertiary treatment system on the property. So it would update the existing or amend the existing site plan agreement to recognize the location of a tertiary treatment system on that property. Currently, the Brandy's Cove Yachting Center is serviced by a holding tank. So that holding tank, effluent from the comfort station and from boats are pumped into that pumping tank or holding tank, and then a septic pumper comes and takes it to a waste disposal facility. What's being proposed is a tertiary treatment system to treat the effluent on site. And again, that would service the effluent from the office, from the comfort station, and from the boat pump outs. Just in terms of, you'll probably hear this a few times this afternoon, but in terms of jurisdiction, the township's jurisdiction with respect to this application is the application has been made under Section 41 of the Planning Act to amend the existing site plan agreement. Township's jurisdiction is to review the site plan agreement and consider the compliance with the zoning bylaw and the conformity with the official plan. The council does not have jurisdiction to deal with the actual operation of the system or the approval of the system. The approval lies with the MECP, which is the Ministry of Environment, Climate and Parks. Just as a similar note, many septic systems, particularly the residential systems, so all systems under 10,000 liters, are under the jurisdiction of the Ontario Building Code. So just like council can't provide direction to the building official to approve or not approve a system, council does not have jurisdiction to provide direction to the MECP to approve or not approve a system. That, however, I will point out that if council or if any members of the community ever want to make comments to MECP about a system that's under their jurisdiction, there's nothing preventing council of the township, residents in the area from making comments on any system, be it on Brandy's Island or any other location in the township, to MECP, and they would consider those comments with respect to their approval of their ECA and whether there needed to be any orders to comply. Just as anyone can complain to the township related to a building code infraction, and the chief building official can evaluate whether or not an order needs to be placed on a property. So location of the subject lands is Brandy's Island. So you can see Honey Harbor Road up in the upper right-hand corner here. Just try to make it a little bit bigger for everybody. Honey Harbor Road and Baxter Loop Road. Brandy's Island traverses through this area here onto Brandy's Cove Yachting Center. The property is actually larger than the property owned by or operated by the applicant, which is Gordon Brandon. There's a brother that also owns a portion of the island, but there's a separate agreement.
I had better days, but it's okay.
Can you order me one big?
Is that okay? I just saw there's somebody's mic was off. I just muted it. Hopefully that's okay.
Yes.
But from a MECP perspective, the entire island's treated as one for sewage systems. So the actual system here is about 1,000 liters that's being proposed. but when it's combined with the other operations on the site, it meets the ministry threshold of over 10,000 liters per day, which is why ministry approval is necessary for the ECA. And the ministry has issued an environmental compliance approval or an ECA for the sewage disposal system. In terms of the location of the system on the site, this is a drawing that was submitted with the application. It identifies the location of the docks on the Brandy's Island property, identifies the location of the office, and then the proposed sewage works as well. So the proposed sewage works are in this location. If you're familiar with the site, the boat launching ramp is in this area. I'll just go to the next slide, which provides a bit more detail or a bit of a blow up. So this is a blow up of the proposed sewage system. So the comfort station is up here. There's an existing tank that's in place currently. The sewage would be pumped down to the existing treatment component, which is this area. So there's two different settling tanks, the treatment components, and then the filter bed associated with the system. In terms of the township's responsibility with respect to the zoning bylaw, there's really two key areas. First is setback from the high water mark, which the township requires a 30-meter setback from the 177.4, which is this line here. This red line in this location and here identifies where the 30-meter setback would lie. So the proposed system is located beyond 30 meters from the high water mark, which would comply with the township zoning bylaw. The second component of consideration for the township zoning bylaw is the elevation of the proposed system. Systems are required to be a meter above the high water mark from an elevation perspective. Staff have reviewed the treatment components of the system and they all comply with those elevation requirements that are outlined in the zoning bylaw. Just bear with me 1 second here. So there's a bit more of a blow up just so you can see in a bit more detail the area of the proposed the treatment unit. So in terms of some of the key items that have been addressed in the staff report, if you've read the staff report, we provide a chronology with respect to some of the development that's occurred on the site historically, the nature of fill that has occurred on the site, the nature of the site plan, various site plan agreements and amendments there too that have occurred. And then a septic system chronology too has been provided. We know that there's been some comments provided based on historic activities on the site and potentially not complying with bylaws or not receiving approvals. Based on the review that's been undertaken, it appears that approvals have been provided for various aspects, including the septic system on the site. The various fill has been completed in accordance with Ministry of Natural Resources and Parks permitting, and then also the site plan agreement that exists on the site. I will mention that the site plan agreement does permit up to 120 dock slips on the property. There's currently about 107 dock slips that exist, but the site plan approval does allow for 120 dock sites. I've already commented on the township jurisdiction versus the MECP jurisdiction. What I will state is that a number of the comments that have been provided leading up to this meeting fall within items that the township does not have jurisdiction over. Those are issues that that MECP has jurisdiction over. I would sort of equate it along the lines of comments that could be provided on a standard system for a building official to consider, but it's not something that council can direct that building official towards. They can provide comments for the building official to look at to make sure they've been addressed as per the code, but ultimately the jurisdiction lies with the CBO to issue permits. The similar situation exists here. The comments that are provided to MECP, MECP can take into consideration and can request modifications if they see fit, but ultimately the jurisdiction for approval lies with those agencies. One of the comments that was provided, I believe it was over the weekend, had concerns with some calculations that were undertaken within the reports that were prepared by the proponent. I reached out to the applicant to identify that and seek some clarity on it. And what was identified, that there was a typo in the report in terms of liters being referenced instead of imperial gallons. They did identify that the calculations, however, were undertaken correctly, but there was a typo in the report on that item. Couple key points of reference from official plan conformity. A number of the comments that were provided outlined concerns with the existing marina operation and its compatibility with the existing residential uses in the area. That's not specifically the topic of this site plan agreement. The use is in effect. This agreement deals specifically with the septic system and a tertiary treatment system at that. What I would like to mention and make clear is that these lands are not located within a waterfront designation. These lands are located within the Honey Harbor community designation and are treated as settlement area in accordance with the official plan. And within the settlement area designation, a broad spectrum of permitted uses are allowed, both residential and commercial. The zoning provides more detail about where those uses are permitted, but from an official plan perspective, these lands are part of the Honey Harbor settlement area. So they are treated differently than a waterfront area in Cognachine or a waterfront area in Go Home Bay or another waterfront area in Honey Harbor. One other area of concern that we heard that a number of comments were made about was with respect to water quality and concerns with respect to impacts on water quality. As I've indicated previously, the jurisdiction lies with MECP with respect to that. What I can advise is that tertiary treatment systems have a high quality of effluent that leaves the system, much higher than your standard septic system on a property. There are concerns that have been expressed. What if the system fails and the impacts on water quality that could result? There is a compliance issue associated with that. That's an enforcement issue. Provided the system's maintained in good working order, that's not anticipated to be a concern. But again, MECP are the monitors of that. And if there is an issue, orders could be issued just the same as the CBO would issue an order on a failing class 4 septic system, for example. One of the other, I've already touched on the zoning bylaw that was the zoning bylaw matters, both the setbacks and the elevations. Just jumping back to the peer review. If you recall, the Township Council did request a peer review be undertaken of the system. The purpose of that peer review was twofold. It was whether the township should be providing comments to MECP on the ECA application, and secondly, whether or not the township should be considering the site plan application based on those comments. The comments of the peer reviewer were provided to MECP, and MECP has responded back and indicated that no changes to the septic design were required as a result of the township's peer review consultants' comments on the application. That's referenced in the staff report and as an appendix to the staff report. Just in terms of the road, the last issue relates to Brandy's Island Road, and I've got a few drawings that provide a little bit of background with respect to the road. There's a long history associated with the access of Brandy's Island Road and it flowing from Baxter Loop to the subject lands. The township obtained a legal opinion on this with the specific question in mind of should the township consider a site plan approval for this site based on current access situation, and does the property have legal uninterrupted access to the property, and if so, should we consider a site plan application? The response to that was that that this is an application that does not increase the intensity of use of the site. It does not add existing additional boat parking spaces beyond what's currently permitted. So the access component should not have an impact on whether council considers a site plan application, and council is obligated to consider the site plan application in accordance with the requirements of section 41 of the Planning Act. All that said, at the time of the preparation of the legal opinion, we had, myself and the lawyer, had all of the information for access from, maybe I'll just go back a few slides here, sorry. We had all the legal information from access from this point all the way up through to basically the last part of the road. And what happens is there's a piece of crown land in here. So there's a piece of crown land, and there's a property referred to as the Hallman property. So we did not have any information about when the road hits the crown land, whether it stays on crown land until it meets Baxter Loop Road, or whether or not it crosses the Hallman property to get to Baxter Loop Road. So the Hallmans have commented on the application, and they were able to, they've indicated that the road actually does not stay on the crown land, which is in this area. There's a shore road allowance here, then there's a piece of crown land here. But the road actually traverses the Hallman property, which is identified as Part 6 on this reference plan, which they have provided to me following the preparation of the staff report. So you can see here that there's legal access basically up until this point, which is the edge of the crown land, and then the road traverses over the Hallman property. So this is an issue that isn't specifically germane to the site plan application that's before council today. As I mentioned, the site plan does not propose to increase the intensity of use, but I think it's an issue that not only Brandy's Cove Yachting Center, but the other users of Brandy's Island Road, as well as the municipality, because the municipality has jurisdiction over the entrance, and as well as the Hallmans have an interest in resolving this. I know it's been an area of concern for the Hallman property owners for quite some time. And there's a long history on that. And they've asked that the township explore that history or help them explore that history and do what can be done in the future to try to resolve this access situation and legalize it for everybody. But again, that's not specifically the subject of this application, but it's a comment that was provided, which I thought it was beneficial to provide council with information on as part of this review. So just in terms of the location of that, this parcel fabric isn't entirely accurate, but the crown land is in this area. You can see the shore road allowance would be approximately here. Crown land goes through this area. This is the Hallman property that I speak of. Now I think it's actually should be shifted down in this area somewhat. If this isn't entirely accurate, but more or less you've got the blue line, which is Brandy's Road, that at least traverses some of the property. In accordance with the reference plan, it's about, it looks to be about 35 meters or 43 meters on this side in terms of that encroachment. So just in terms of the recommendation is that the proposal would comply to the zoning bylaw. It would conform to the official plan for the reasons outlined. For those reasons, staff are recommending that that council authorize the bylaw to entering into a site plan agreement. What's been provided as part of the staff report is a draft site plan agreement. One item that needs to be completed still is that, and it is referenced in the staff report in the appendix to the report as an August 26th survey from Rudy Mack. We had anticipated to receive the Rudy Mack survey on August 26th. My staff report was prepared prior to that date. We have not received the survey to date. What that survey will include is I'll just go back to it here. It will be this drawing on a Rudy Max survey. We want to make sure that all of the distances referenced and all of the elevations that are referenced are signed off on by a surveyor, not just an engineer. So that's a document that the applicants are required to provide to the municipality prior to that agreement being signed. But it is the August 26th date is referenced in the appendix, in the schedule to the site plan agreement. That date will get updated based on when we do receive that document. But it is this survey, basically a survey of the whole property with the sewage design on top of it, so that staff can provide with absolute certainty that the elevations of the system comply with the bylaw and that the setbacks comply with the bylaw. So with that, that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions, I can do my best to try to answer those for council.
I better unmute myself before I thank you. Thank you very much. Councilors, who would like to discuss this matter, or are you prepared to vote right away? Councilor Hazelton.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question of our planning consultant. You went over the fact that the sewage system complies with our zoning bylaws. In section 4.21 of table and in table 4.5 of our bylaws, it says minimum elevation for a treatment unit and leaching bed components is 178.4. In page 25 of the Development Services Report of attachment 2, it shows at the bottom of the proposed WSB sewage treatment tank is below 177.4 and more than half of the tank is below 178.4. Can you help me understand how that complies with our zoning bylaw?
So I just want to make sure I get, Councillor, those numbers correct. You're going pretty fast there, and I didn't have it ahead of time to prepare. So can you just make sure that I've got, so did you say page 25?
Page 25 of attachment 2, where it has drawing A4.
Which page of the agenda package would that be?
I don't know. I had to bounce all over the place to find it in the first place, but it's in the design document from Gunnell. So there are several pages of drawings in there, and let me see if I can find it here.
Page 25 of their document, you said?
Looks like it's page 217 of 391.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. 217.
So in the bottom right-hand corner, it says A-4.
217.
217 of 391.
Mine says 398, 217.
Yes, you have to add 7 to it, so it's 224 of 398, because that's the second version of the agenda that came out.
I just emailed it to you, Jamie.
Is it the... So maybe it's easier if I just check the email here.
It's drawing A4.
Yeah, I apologize. My agenda package, it cut off the page, the A references. So I've got an email from Miss Gumby here. I'll just open it up here. So are you speaking about the tank that's on the right-hand side there? The proposed WSB sewage treatment tank, is that it?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so that tank would be required to be above the elevation.
And it is definitely not according to that diagram. So I'm wondering how we are claiming that it complies with our zoning bylaws.
So if it is not above that elevation, it would have to be above that elevation in order for before we would enter into a site plan agreement.
So you would have to also then get a minor variance in order for us to allow that variance from the zoning bylaws, correct?
No, this tank would have to be shown to be above that elevation.
I understand that, but the tank is not, and the application in front of us and the site plan is based on these drawings, and if these drawings don't comply with our zoning bylaw, then I don't know, sounds to me like we need to immediately defer this until we get a corrected design that might fit with our zoning bylaws.
What council's been provided with is a draft site plan agreement. If there's something that's identified today that might not comply with the zoning bylaw, then certainly it can be addressed before the entering and the execution of the agreement. I don't think a deferral would be necessary to modify a design to move a tank to comply if it does not comply. I haven't reviewed this in sufficient detail to confirm if it does or does not comply, but if it does not, then certainly we would not execute the agreement until it complies.
So if, and again, I know you're not a septic expert, I don't claim to be one, but I did speak with RJ Burnside about this, and they, when they saw the inlet and the outlet, they thought, well, that makes sense. If the inlets and outlets are going to be totally different because that thing has to be raised up over a meter, then that might be a significant change in the design of the system, and therefore there might be not just a need for a site plan adjustment, but in fact there may be a need to go back to the system designer and have him redesign the system so that all components are actually complying with the zoning bylaws. Does that not make sense? I mean, I don't think you or I or anybody on this meeting can consider this a trivial matter because we don't know.
I think you're asking me to speculate, so I'm not going to speculate on any of those items. What I've said to you is that council's being asked as part of this site plan application whether or not it's appropriate for the township to enter into a site plan agreement. I'm telling you that it is, and it's up to you guys to make a decision in that regard.
Yeah, you've also told us that it complies with our zoning bylaws, but it doesn't.
Well, you pointed out something to me today, Councillor, that I have not had a chance to look at and evaluate, and I've told you I'm not giving you an opinion on that today. What I've told you is that before the mayor and the clerk execute the agreement, staff will ensure that it complies with the zoning bylaw. That's what I've told you. And that's the role of staff, to ensure compliance with the zoning bylaw.
Okay, anybody else wish to make a comment at this time? Mr. Zink, I will allow you to speak briefly.
Thank you, Mayor Coates here. My in-laws are Don and Lois Hallman, and they had, Don in particular has gone there to his property for ever since he was, I guess, about 10 years old. He's in his 90th year. And we just want to make the point on behalf of the family that not addressing that there's legal access to this property, and there's many other residents and properties, businesses in that area. It's just encouraging them to continue to travel over, I guess it's more than 125 feet of private land with all of the volume of traffic and the heavy traffic associated with what goes on in those properties. So just a general observation to council, this awareness of even to some of the staff, this goes back more than 35 years of having been brought before council, having had surveys and legal opinions and proposed actions, but no action. So we're looking to this council, to your honorable mayor, to actually see this as an opportunity to perhaps take a new direction on what is going on in this, over these lands, over Don Holmes property, and address that.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure your comments will be taken into account. Councilors. Councilor Cooper.
I think I heard reference to some of the statistics that were incorrect and have now been corrected according to our consultant. And yet I've read a lot of information about this application, which indicates that the calculations of sewage that will be used in this rather small system is way under what will actually happen. And I'm not comfortable with what I've been told so far, and I need to hear a better answer. And I'm quite sure that most of our constituents feel the same way. Could I have an answer to that question, please?
Well, you know I can't provide it. Ms. Brandon, you want a chance to speak? Again, just like Mr. Zink, briefly.
Yeah, that would be great. Sorry, just 1 second. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I just have my consultant on the line. He's able to dial in right now and he can actually address your concerns relating to the elevation. If he can get sent a link, a Zoom link, he can join the meeting and he can address these concerns. They're not, according to him, an issue. So I will, if I could get the link sent, I'll send an email to Jessica or Karen. If you guys could send him the link and he will join immediately.
If I could be provided either his contact information or the link that you used today could just be forwarded on to him as well. That might be the fastest.
Perfect. I will send that right now and you will have this in 1 second, okay?
Okay, in the meantime.
Can I just answer the other question?
Okay.
Briefly? Sorry about that. Okay, I am sending this link right now to you, Tom. If you wouldn't mind just jumping on and then you can join the Zoom call, that would be great. Thank you. Okay, so as it relates to road access, just quickly, I think I'll address that first for 1 quick second. You know, I agree with the comments that were made by your planning department relating to the fact that this isn't increasing intensification. I'm happy to deal with this with the Holman family at some point in the future. I think that makes perfect sense. There's not going to be an increase in flow of traffic as a result. There's actually going to be a decrease in flow of traffic. So as it relates to road access, you know, I'm happy to have a conversation, Mr. Zink, with you at some point, and we can discuss that, but I don't think that this is related to this specific issue. As it relates to information that's been provided, you know, your peer reviewer, I think, has, you know, went through everything in great detail and provided comments. We provided comments to those comments, sent them to the MECP that had their full department review, and their response was that everything was fine. As it relates to a typo, that was just a typo. So it was supposed to be liters, it was gallons. You know, that doesn't go down to the quality of work and the quality of consultant by any stretch, and I don't think any reasonable person would think that. That's just the fact that it was a typo and it's been addressed, and it's not a concern for the actual facility in any capacity whatsoever. So hopefully Gunnel can join in 2 seconds. I didn't realize we would have a technical question, so I'm happy to have him join. He's going to dial in a second. As it relates to road access, Mr. Zink, I'm happy to have discussions with you on the Hallman Road. You know, as Jamie mentioned, this is not increasing intensification. It will actually decrease traffic flow. And then as it relates to the quality of the work, all I can say is that the ministry has approved it. You know, you guys had a peer review go through it, and ultimately the response to that was also an approval. The quality of work, in my opinion, was done very well, and there was a typo. I don't think that's a reflection of the actual entire business of Gunnell Engineering, and I don't think that's a reasonable assumption. So that's all I have to say. Hopefully Gunnell can join and address the issue, because I just spoke with him and he said it's not actually an issue.
Councillor Bochek, I did see your hand up.
Mayor Kutzier, I didn't get an answer to my question.
Which question was that? Sorry, Councillor Cooper.
This supposed typo, I was asking Jamie Robinson to respond to my question about this supposed typo issue when we know there's a huge volume issue with the system, and I was asking him to respond to that. It's simply a typo. That's what you're maintaining. Is that correct?
Through your worship, I passed the correspondence on to the applicant. I was not the author of that report, to ask them to address that. And I believe Ms. Brandon has spoken to that she consulted with the people that prepared the report. And there was a typo related to liters versus imperial gallons. And as a result of that, but the actual calculations that were done, it's my understanding, were done correctly. But that's, I believe Ms. Brandon has just spoken to that.
Thank you for your answer. I'm from Missouri. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Councillor Bochek. He's been waiting patiently.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to take a little bit of a different approach to this and look at this from 30,000 feet, which I usually do, instead of micromanaging a system that we have no idea or skill set to form an opinion on. I do know for a fact that there's currently a holding tank on the property. I know the property well. I visit the property quite often. There's a holding tank there. And with a holding tank comes the consequences of having a holding tank, which is you have to have that tank sucked out. So I went to the operator who does the removal of the septage, and he tells me, yep, they definitely have to suck the septage out, and then they have to find a place to put it. Our lagoon in the township of Georgian Bay is full. It does not receive maintenance from the district of Muskoka, and it has been shut down. So there's no place to put that septage. I've been told that the sewage treatment plant located in Port Severn will not receive the septage because they can't process it. So the ultimate way of dealing with this is to deal with it on the site through a tertiary system. The only avenue to remove that septage and dispose of it is to spread it on farmers' fields, which you know the consequences of that, or take it into the town of Midland where they will accept it. But we also know that they put 300,000 liters of raw sewage into the water last year. So I don't think that's a good avenue. So what I look at this as being is a good method of controlling the septage. The boaters aren't going out in the middle of the bay and pulling their latches and dumping it into the bay. They're wanting to come and be responsible to the environment, come in, have their boat pumped out, and have it dealt with in a proper manner. So as far as the township's continued involvement in a lane where it doesn't belong really doesn't sit well with me. We know the approval process is not through the Township of Georgian Bay. It's through the MOE and the MECP. And as long as we continue to get involved in the process and the people that are opposed to this get us involved in the process, the liability is going to land on our backs. And we're going to be involved in lawsuits and OMB hearings and who knows what all at the expense of our taxpayers. Lawyers and planners don't come cheap. And we know that from our history, that every time we stick our nose in where it doesn't belong and we get out of our lane, it ends up costing our taxpayers a lot of money. So from this point of view, I think the concept of what Brandy's Cove Yacht Center is trying to achieve is admirable. and I'm in support of what they do. Yes, do I want it done properly? Of course I do. Are we the governing agency that's going to make sure it's taken care of properly? No, we're not. We're not that agency. We really need to stay in our lane and let the province take care of their lane, so that this is handled properly. I've read all the emails that have come in. I'm not making much sense out of all of them because they're nitpicking at something that the Council of Georgian Bay really doesn't have the ability to make any difference. It's solely lands, the responsibility solely lands on the province for this system, not with us. So basically that's my feelings on this. I'm willing to move forward with the site plan agreement. And I really don't think that we should be standing in its way. Jamie has said to us that if there's things that need to be changed as far as elevation of a holding tank, it has to be done before the agreement is signed by the mayor and the clerk. If the tank isn't high enough, the tank needs to be raised. You can raise a tank pretty simply. So I'm not on board, I guess, with the rest of council on this one, or I don't even know how the rest of council feels. But from the two members that have spoken, obviously, our feelings differ on this item. So I'll leave it at that. I've expressed my opinions, and if I've said anything wrong, I would certainly hope that somebody steps in and corrects me. But I think this is a step in the right direction for Brandy's Cove Yacht Center. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Robinson, I saw your hand go up.
Thank you, Worship. I just would like to provide a bit of clarity. I have had a chance to look, while this discussion has been going on, I have had a chance to take an in-depth look at the document provided by Ms. Gumby and evaluate the comments provided by Councillor Hazelton related to whether or not this proposed sewage tank complies to the zoning bylaw or not. And I believe it does comply with the zoning bylaw. The requirement is for the opening elevations of the treatment unit components to be above the 178.4 elevation. And there's a specific note on the drawing to that effect. So I think where Councillor Hazelton might have been getting at was that the township should have never provided zoning sign off on the ECA application, but just reviewing back on tracing back our steps on that, the opening elevation components are all above that elevation requirement. So I believe it does conform with the zoning bylaw as submitted and as commented on by to the Ministry of the Environment. So I have no concerns with respect to that at this time in terms of compliance. But if there are any concerns, to Mr. Councillor Bocek's point, if there are any concerns identified before the agreement is entered into, the plans could in fact be modified prior to the mayor and the clerk executing the agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors Jarvis Councillor Jarvis.
That's a tough one. I've seen so many numbers being thrown around that I'm really up in the air on this in many, many respects. I get the impression that the MECP has dropped the ball by permitting the ECA on this and then denying that new information is even relevant to the ECA. That's my impression. And Gunnell Engineering's had their work questioned in the past on several instances that were before council. So I have trouble trusting Gunnell Engineering, even though I'm currently using them for work on this island, which scares the crap out of me. Anyway, yeah, no kidding. In that regard, maybe it is a conflict, and I would welcome information on that. But like I said, they're doing work for me, and I'm not sure I trust them on this. So I'm not happy with this, only because it's a significant change in what is being done over there. The environmental implications are huge if things don't work according to the way they're supposed to work. And I think apropos of what Councillor Bocek has said, that would really fall on our shoulders big time if things start failing down there after we've approved it. And I don't like that at all. So from my perspective, I really don't like this setup or program or plan in any regard. And I'm not happy approving this right now.
Thank you. Councilor Rienko.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong again, but we're really approving the location of this septic system. And yes, it has to be modified, has to be raised or whatever modified, but the location is what we've been asked to review. And it's more than 30 meters back from the water's edge, which is a requirement of our township regulation. So what information we have that we can't approve the location of this septic system? I can't comment how it operates and how successful it'll be. And we have to obviously watch that over the next several years. And I would be concerned if it didn't operate the way it was recorded to operate. But I think as to the location, it's probably the best location on that little island. So, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but, you know, what are we here to decide?
Okay. Sorry. Clerk Way, are you trying to get my attention, or are you just flashing your cell phone at me?
I'm both, I guess. No. Carrying on with the continuation of technical difficulties here today. Gunnell's unable to connect via the webinar. So I have Tom Keene on my phone, on speakerphone right now. So I believe he can hear us. I'm not sure how well we can hear him, but I might be able to relay any information. So this was who Ms. Brandon was trying to connect that can answer some of those technical questions that were asked previously.
Well, I believe the technical question, if I understood it correctly, was around the height of the tank. And I believe the clarification that Mr. Robinson provided was that the outlet of the tank had to be above 170, was it 178.4 versus the tank itself. And yes, it says, you know, clearly on that diagram, it says all inlets, outlets of the sewage treatment tanks to be at or above the 178.4 elevation. And as drawn, it certainly is above that.
Is that correct, Tom?
That's correct, yes.
He says that's correct.
So I think that particular technical question has now been answered. So let's go to a second round here before we do anything vote-wise. And Councillor Hazelton, I've seen your hand up.
Thank you. I would like to just make sure that we are all aware that the wording that our planning consultant provided is not the wording in the bylaw. The wording in the bylaw is very, very simple. It says minimum elevation for the treatment unit and leaching bed components. It talks nothing about the inlet outlet. That is in the perhaps the diagram from Gunnell Engineering, but it's not in our zoning bylaws. So I would leave that as an open topic. But what I really wanted to do is start focusing on a couple of things. Our planner highlighted for us that his focus is on planning matters, but we as the council of the Township of Georgian Bay have a community strategic direction, and our guiding principle number one is respect and care for the environment. And so any decisions we make should be reflective of the respect and care for the environment. So we are being asked here today to approve and consider a site plan approval for changes to a sewage and septage system. But sadly, it appears from both of the two peer reviewers who have reviewed the system that the design of the system will not enable us to achieve our number one guiding principle, and that is respect and care for the environment. And I am going to dismiss what the MECP reportedly have said, because MECP have provided no detailed analysis reports of anything. All they have done is said it's okay, and they've done that by a broken telephone. So let's look at a few pieces of data here that will hopefully shock you. And I'm pulling data out of the peer review reports. So these are facts. These are not my opinions. But the volumes that were provided were 2012 to 2016. And the consultants are suggesting that's not the right time frame. It should be the recent volumes. So what happened to 2017 through 2019? We also heard...
To do with the location?
Pardon?
Does this have anything to do, through you, Mr. Coates here,
this has everything to do with respect and care for the environment.
This is a big sidetrack. This should have something to do with the MECP and the MOE, not the township. We're looking at the location and the site plan agreement. And if it meets the township standards for setbacks and elevation, is that not what we're dealing with here?
No, we are dealing with number one, respect and care for the environment and respecting our constituents. And so what we have to realize here is that we have a township funded peer review that has trashed the design. We have a privately funded peer review that has trashed the design. And we have a community in South Honey Harbor with over 150 residents who have all signed a petition and taken money out of their pocket to help pay for the peer review, who are all really, really upset about the fact that our township is pretending that we're going to step aside and defer all responsibility for our number one strategy, which is value in protecting the environment, and turn that over to MECP. We have already seen MECP be a failure in being able to manage environmental matters. And we discussed this in the last meeting that we had. We have situations over on Lake Rosso, where they have since
Councillor Hazelton, let's stay on topic at hand. And the topic at hand is whether or not we're going to vote in favor of the site plan agreement. The topic at hand is not passing judgment at this moment on MECP.
It may not be passing judgment on MECP, but what's important is we know enough about what MECP has not done for us as a township in caring for our number one focus of respect and care for the environment. And it is up to us as a council of the Township of Georgian Bay to take that responsibility seriously. And we have all kinds of missing information, incorrect information. We even have the Burnside report suggesting that if you take and work backwards, you take a typical boat with a 60-liter tank, you're going to handle 1,000 liters a day, divided by 60, that's 16 boats serviced a day. And we have been running around listening to peer review reports who are saying something is drastically wrong with this design, and we need to ensure that our residents and their interests are fully protected before we go and pass a site plan approval.
I'm going to stop this now, and I'll tell you why I'm going to stop this. Because we have an opportunity to rant on for another half hour. Right now, what I am sensing is there are at least 3 councillors here that will not vote in favor of this site plan agreement, regardless of whether you or I or anybody else agrees or not. I believe we're going to have 3 councillors at least who will vote against it. We have 6 votes. If 3 vote against it, that means it's going to get defeated regardless of what how the other three vote. And under those circumstances, I think talking away for another half hour may not serve us any purpose, because I'm not sure 3 councillors are going to change their vote. So that's my concern. And so if we defeat it, then we have to go start all over again. I will say, having said that, if we were to pass it, I would not be signing any documents in the near future, because there are too many questions outstanding that have to be resolved before the site plan agreement can be signed. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor Kutzier, and I plan to be very brief. I've kicked my soapbox aside and simply would like to say that I lack confidence in terms of what the Ontario government has approved, and it does impact our water quality and the environment. I'm worried about things that have been referenced in Muskoka, but Midland, we just talked about Midland and there've been problems there. What about Walkerton? So my real issue is I don't have confidence in this application, and you're right, my vote will be no.
Yep. Councillor Jarvis, did I see your hand go up? Mr. Zink, you were talking about road right-of-ways, and that's not what we're talking about right now. So I think we've already got your input, and I appreciate that. And so at this point, even though you and Ms. Brandon want to speak, council here has to resolve this issue. And I believe that, again, if we talk on for another half hour, I'm not sure we're going to change anybody's mind. And that's my concern, that we're just wasting everybody's time. Having said that, we've reached the point that I do have to put a resolution in front of council. And that resolution reads, moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Wienko, be it resolved that council suspends the procedure bylaw to permit the meeting to go beyond 4:30 p.m., but no later than 6 p.m. All those in favor? All right, that one's passed. I wish all our resolutions were that quick. But now our clerk is happy. All right, Mr. Zink, you're going to keep your hand up until I let you speak, but it's going to be brief.
Yes, Your Honor, it will be brief. I just question, given what this council now knows, how can there be any approval for any development to a business that does not have legal access? I don't want to, I can talk with Ms. Brandon, we can get together on this, but I'm just saying from an approval point of view, given what you now know, how can you proceed with approving anything knowing there's not legal access? Thank you.
I'm not going to consult with our lawyer on that one at the moment.
Yeah, that's actually not the case, because if you look at adverse possession laws, you'd understand that that's not the case. But it is, as I said before, it's not increasing the intensification. But one thing I just want to say, like the most obvious thing here is I'm listening to all of this. I get it. People do not like the process that the Ontario government is following. The ministry is following. They're doing this on every project. So I don't see a single reason why anybody has said, as it relates to my specific project, what the ministry's done wrong. They have a full team of people who evaluate all of the peer review comments, all of the individual comments. They do due diligence on everything, and they are concluding with full information, which nobody here has, that this should move forward. So without any indication from anybody, you're saying the ministry is not doing their job, but I don't actually see one piece of evidence. So you're going to vote something down that has full ECA in place. And all you're being asked is, will you approve the location? You're saying we're not going to approve the location because the ministry's done something wrong and we don't agree with the ministry's process, without actually identifying a single thing. And I'm just going to say this. I'm going to see this through to the end, because obviously at this point I've invested a lot into this, and I believe this is the best path forward for the environment, for our community. I'm going to see this through to the end. This isn't going to end here. So I appreciate that everybody has concerns about what the ministry does and doesn't do, but no one's provided one piece of evidence that says the ministry's done anything wrong other than in 2013 they did this, or we think they don't do this. There's nothing here. So not approving a location when I've met all the bylaw requirements just really doesn't seem very reasonable. And I'm not sure how your constituents can think that's reasonable. That's all I have to say. I understand where you're holding. You know, unfortunately, Cooper, I think probably would agree with me. She's not here. You know, you guys have to do a vote. Sorry, not Cooper. Douglas. You know, it sounds like Cooper, Jarvis, and Hazelton. Obviously, Hazelton has his own things related to this, but aren't going to vote in favor. I understand where you're holding. I just don't see why. I really don't get it.
And I can certainly appreciate where you're coming from and your frustration. Though I will say that from my perspective, there's been so many questions asked, and I haven't seen the MECP respond to those questions other than say it's been approved.
Yeah.
And a little more explanation, I know personally I would appreciate. Saying all that, I also understand that we're waiting for a survey to be completed to confirm that the location is actually on site. And that's assuming that everything else is okay. And so I think the most appropriate thing for me to simply do at this point is defer this, because I don't believe we have enough information. I know we have more than enough frustration on both sides. And I don't think it makes sense, because whether I defer it or whether we vote for it and defeat it, we still need more information. So I think the wise thing to do is simply defer. And that's what I'm going to do. And complain, any of you, if you will, but I think that under the circumstances, that is the best thing to do at this point. So let's consider this matter deferred, and I'm sure there'll be further discussion as we go forward. Okay. Our last item, because we have disposed and postponed the closed session.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Bochek. Can I ask a question to do with the last item?
I don't see why not. It won't affect the vote because we didn't take one.
Thank you. My question is to Ms. Way, our clerk. For procedures, do we need to vote as a council on a deferral, or can the mayor make the deferral on his own?
The mayor has full rights to make a deferral on his own accord without a vote from council.
Thank you very much. That's the answer to my question. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me that.
Well, I'm a little bit relieved of the answer you got. Okay, the last thing in front of us, because we're postponed the closed session to Wednesday morning, will be the clerk's report 2020-18 with regards to road allowance closing Lakeview Crescent. And I believe this, is this the deputy clerk or the clerk? The deputy clerk. So it's acting deputy clerk. Is that not the official title that I messed up earlier?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Multiple road allowance applications have been received for the road allowance known as Lakeview Crescent. Staff are requesting direction from Council as to whether they should proceed with the applications. Staff are of the opinion it is in the best interest of the township to retain the road allowance. The township received the application on May 10th, 2019 by the owners of Lot 12 and 13 to own the road allowance off Haskets Drive, known as Lakeview Crescent. The application is to purchase the road allowance adjacent to Lot 11 and 12 at a price of $6 per square meters. Throughout the application process, the applicant had been advised by both township staff and HGR Graham Partners to communicate with their neighbors that they have applied to purchase the road allowance fronting their land prior to the creation of a draft survey. Advising neighbors in advance is generally encouraged practice and allows for questions to be answered prior to the circulation of a public notice. However, this was not the case. Following the circulation of the public notice on July 20th, 2020, staff received multiple applications from surrounding neighbors to purchase their entitled portion of the road allowance. The survey was originally registered with the Land Registry Office that noted the purchase of the road allowance for lots 12 and 13. Is now outdated and will need to be replaced or removed. The application for lots 12 and 13 was originally scheduled to come before Planning Council on August 14th, 2020, but due to the increased interest of Lakeview Crescent property owners, further review was required. Appendix A, which I will show in a minute, outlines the original road allowance purchase. Appendix B outlines the potential purchase of the road allowance. Currently, there are 5 interested parties in purchasing a portion of the abutting road allowance of lots 8 through 13, excluding lot 9, and 1 neighbor who objects to the sale. Due to the level of interest of the irregular shape of the road allowance in alignment with the abutting properties, staff are of the opinion it will be difficult establishing a fair agreement for the purchase of the road allowance amongst all interested parties. Concerns from the public have been expressed regarding future uses of the land that is sold to all applicants, and with the potential changes to the drainage that would impact all surrounding neighbors. Additionally, it would not be in the township's interest to create such irregular lot shape boundaries. Our policy states, and I've highlighted 3 specific points, when we do not sell land, We do not sell township property when it is deemed to have a negative effect on impact on neighboring properties. The closure will result in conflicts with the Township of Georgian Bay official plan policies, bylaw regulations, or procedures. Or council agrees that the overall interest of the township prevails. In regards to H through J, the items that I've just read, staff are recommending council retain ownership of Lakeview Crescent Road allowance for the following reasons. 1, ongoing public disputes surrounding lot boundaries amongst neighbors. 2, public concerns of future uses and changes to the road allowance lands if privately owned. 3, irregular lot boundaries may have future negative impacts on official plan policies or planning and development regulations. 4, it is deemed to have a negative impact on neighboring properties. 5, potential for an increase of property complaints amongst neighbors with abutting lot boundaries. So, Karen, if you can go back to the first one. This is the 35R, the registered 35R plan that's been deposited. So what we would like to see in the road allowance, if you notice part 1 and part 2, we would like to see that cut in half so that when the public announcements do go out, it will give the neighbors a chance to purchase the property without affecting the applicant's application to go to council. Because this didn't happen, we had to cancel the application going to council in August. And then the next one will show you what there's potential that it would look like. So I'll start at the bottom. So lot 11 on the right-hand side is not allowed to purchase the road allowance because it's not cut in the way that she can actually purchase it, but she has been insistent on being able to purchase property. We will allow her to purchase that property provided that the lot owners 12 and the lot owners 10 agree to have her purchase property. So that little corner there on lot 11 jetting out that you see is an estimate of what I think might happen, but again, I'm not sure. Lot 10 owner also owns lot 9. He has only put in an application for lot 10, so that means that he would be entitled to half of the road allowance. Lot 9, that would mean that the owner of lot 12 can get that, so get both parts of the road allowance. Lot 8 has expressed interest in the north part of his property, and you'll be able to see that the road has an easement going through the north part. This is a concern for a lot of the neighbors, wondering what's going to happen if he purchases that property and how that will affect the road allowance. Lot 14, he has indicated he would like part of the road allowance, but in a conversation that I've had with him, he has indicated that he's not happy with the way that it is drawn, that he wants to get the full 20 meters, square meters going to lot 8. So this is the possible 35R if council wants to see this proceed, or if council would like to take our recommendation and decline this application. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Sorry, Your Worship, I would just like to clarify that we're not making a decision on an application right now. We're just making a determination whether we are or are not interested in selling this road allowance.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, the rest of council digests it. All I can tell you is that when I look at the Appendix B, and I say, this looks awkward, messy, and I strongly suspect, though I've had zero involvement with it, I strongly suspect awkward relationships between some of the neighbors just by the design of those lines. And I hate to see the township get in the middle of a neighborly dispute over land. And that's why, to me, if a variation of Appendix B is where we end up, I think, I mean, I think that the original application wanting for the one property owner wanting all of the 20 meters is too much because it's not fair to any of the other neighbors. And I think that I don't think the final resolution has been found yet, and therefore I would say, no, we're not selling at this point would be my suggestion, so I would agree with staff. Does any other counselor want to jump in? Councilor Bocek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm in agreement with you. And unless all the neighbors, all the parties concerned are in agreement, and we have it in writing that they're all in agreement with dividing this up, I'm not going to enter into agreeing to selling this property. When they all come together and they all say, here's the way we want to divide it up, and we're all in agreement and the lawyers have signed it, I'll agree to the sale. But until that point, I'm not going to entertain it.
Councilor Yanko.
Yeah, I'm in agreement that we should leave it the way it is. I just wanted to clarify, are there any, is there any flooding on this particular property? Is that a concern of flooding? That's one question. And the other question is, do any of these properties have structures on this township right away?
Through you, Mayor, to Council, there are no structures on the road allowance. As for the flooding, I don't know. I don't know if Victoria can answer that or not, but I don't know anything about the flooding or potential for flooding.
Ms. Wade.
Sorry, Ms. Lemieux is having technical difficulties and had to leave the meeting currently.
Okay.
Ms. Gumby will then probably jump in.
To respond.
I'm not sure if Karen has seen the properties, but I know where this is located and it's high up. I highly doubt there will be flooding. Also, I just want, while I have the floor, I want to clarify that the reason this is in front of council is because the policy states if the neighbors cannot come to an agreement, it's up to council. So that's why we're here.
Okay. Councilor Cooper.
I concur with your decision or your suggestion, Mayor. Thank you.
Councilor Jarvis.
I think we should build a road.
Well, what I find amusing, and I don't mean this to be disrespectful to anyone, there is a road and it totally misses the road allowance except for just touching over it at one end.
Welcome to the township of Georgian Bay.
Yes, exactly. And then when I
It
hear...
would make a great boat launch area.
I see. I have not driven down Lakeview Crescent, though I tried to, when I saw this was on the report, but I didn't get a chance, so maybe I'll get a chance to do it now. But I would be very hesitant for us to approve anything. I know you're not asking us for approve anything, but I think what we're hearing is concurrence among the councillors that we're not going to make a decision based on Appendix A or B. Do you need a resolution to that effect?
There is a resolution, yes.
Okay. The resolution, moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Wienko. Be it resolved that council received the report regarding road allowance closing, Lakeview Crescent, and that the road allowance known as Lakeview Crescent continue to be owned by the Township of Georgian Bay as it is in the best interest of the municipality, and that the Township of Georgian Bay refund all or a portion of the application fee, depending upon the amount of work completed on the file, and that all applicants and interested parties be notified of council's decision. And if I understand this correctly, this will not prevent them sometime in the future of reapplying if they so choose, I presume. But then at that point, council's made it clear through our discussion, we want all the neighbors to agree on a happy solution.
Correct.
Okay. That's not part of the resolution, that comment at the end, by the way. All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. Okay, say unanimously when a councillor is missing? Probably not. Okay, so we're going to just set aside the closed session element. Oh, that's for...
At this point, we would need a resolution to recess until Wednesday at 9 a.m.
Okay, which I don't have in front of me.
Correct.
But we're going to ignore this. We're going to ignore this.
Almost the adjournment one.
So we don't confirm anything yet?
No.
Please be resolved, the council now does recess at 4:42 p.m. until Wednesday, September 16 at 9 a.m. All those in favor? We are now recessed, and we will see you 9 o'clock Wednesday morning. Thank you very much.
Good council meeting, fellas. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, everybody.